the GI Journal goes to press. Well, gang, tonight the good old GI Journal has been taken over not by one editor, but by two. And here they are, your favorite radio couple, the people who live in the Burns house, George Burns and Gracie Allen.
George, you're not angry because they made me the editor-in-chief and you only my assistant, are you?
No, not at all. That's the way the fellows want it. That's the way they can have it, that's all.
Oh, now, George, that's no way to act. I'm sure the boys realize who in our family really has the brains and intelligence and ability.
You think they do?
Oh, sure. They wouldn't make me editor just because I'm pretty.
That's what I thought.
Oh, now, George, you're not going to let this make any difference between us, are you?
Oh, no. Not at all.
Well, then kiss me and tell me you love me.
I don't want it.
Oh, come on. Kiss me, volcano lips. Singe my rosebud mouth with your molten caresses.
Gracie.
Kiss me.
Oh, all right.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? After all these years, Vesuvius is still active.
Thanks, kid, but maybe you'd better tear yourself away from me for a minute. You're the editor of this paper, you know. And there's work to do.
Oh, yes, I know. And I have some wonderful ideas for GI Journal, too. First, I'm going to change all our pin-up pictures. I'm going to have the girls wear fur coats. Soldiers don't like girls when they're scantily dressed, you know.
Soldiers don't like scantily dressed girls?
No, I have a letter right here proving it. It says, Dear Editor, we've seen enough of those pictures of Dorothy Lamour in a sarong. How about running some of her without the sarong?
I see.
And that isn't the only request I have from the soldiers. I'm going to see to it that when they get a pass, they can leave camp later and come back earlier.
That would make a big hit with them.
And then I'm going to declare all women out of bounds.
You're going to have a lot of friends after the war.
Yeah, and last, I'm going to change the alcoholic content of that 3.2 beer.
To what?
1.4.
You mean to say you've had a request to do all this?
That's right, from some soldiers.
What soldiers?
The California MP detachment.
Oh, so that's it. Look, Gracie.
Oh, come in.
Gracie, darling.
Why, if it isn't Beverly Fudnick. Oh, Beverly, I haven't seen you since we were girls together in San Francisco. Oh, by the way, this is my husband, George.
Well. So this is your husband.
Uh-huh.
And you said you'd never marry for money.
I'll see you girls later.
Gracie, I have the most marvelous news. The most thrilling thing happened to me here.
Oh, don't tell me you found a husband at last.
No, not that marvelous. But the house I'm living in is right next door to Robert Young's house. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, I should say so. Oh, tell me, Beverly. Tell me, is he as pretty off the screen as he is on?
He's beautiful. And one of my windows looks right into his bedroom.
Really?
Uh-huh. He wears the cutest little pink ones.
Well, you know, Beverly, George does too, only his droop a little.
Oh, Gracie, I'd give anything if I could get a date with Robert Young. He's my dream man.
Well, now, maybe I can work it for you. You know, George and I know him very slightly.
Oh, would you try, Gracie? Who knows? Very often a family of 10 or 12 starts from a nodding acquaintance.
Yeah. Of course, it takes a lot of nodding.
Well, you can count on me. Only a man like Robert Young can make up for all those dull, monotonous years.
Well, now, maybe I can fix up a date with Robert Young for you. I'll go over to his house right now and talk to him.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, Gracie, here, take this snapshot of me along. It was taken at the beach, and that bathing suit shows all my good points.
Oh, yeah. You do have lovely bones. Well, I'll see you later, Beverly. I'll be back in a little while, George.
Where are you going?
Oh, over to Robert Young's house. I want to date him up.
Date him up?
Yes.
But, Gracie, how about me? You can't go...
Oh, only a man like Robert Young can make up for all those dull, monotonous years.
Well, Gracie, granted, I'm not
Oh, George, you don't realize that a girl can be starved for romance.
Starved?
Yes, well, I'll see you later, George.
Gracie, are you really going through with this?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't I?
Before you go, will you answer just one question?
Sure.
What's Robert Young got that I haven't got?
Oh, George, I'm in a hurry now. Let's discuss that when we've got the whole day together.
Well, flipping over to the music section, we find it's Lieutenant Jimmy Greer and the 11th Naval District Coast Guard Band who have the main layout. Here they are with an all-time favorite. There's a small hotel.
Yes?
Oh, hello, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, do you remember me?
Why, of course I do. You're Gracie Allen. How's Oh, isn't that annoying? I know your husband very well, but I can't remember his first name.
Oh, it's George.
Oh, of course. Imagine me forgetting good old George Allen.
You know, no, it's George Burns.
Oh, yes, so it is. I'm
I
sorry.
guess you got George confused with my father.
Well, it's a natural mistake. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you remember me, Mr. Young. I don't like to ask favors of strangers unless I know them.
Oh, you have a favor to ask of me?
Well, yes. I want you to go out with a friend of mine, Beverly Fudnick.
Beverly Fudnick?
Uh-huh.
That a woman?
Oh, it certainly is. Here's her picture.
Hmm. I repeat, is that a woman?
Just think, Mr. Young, out of 100 million men, fate has chosen you for Beverly. Isn't that thrilling?
Blood-curdling. But fortunately, I'm not a fatalist.
Oh, but you must believe in fate. Why, a fortune teller once told my mother that she was going to take a trip across water.
And she did?
The very next day, she was scrubbing the kitchen floor and she fell over a pail.
Amazing, Gracie. But if fate has me tabbed for this Beverly Fudnick, it's going to be disappointed.
Oh, but Mr. Young, you and Beverly have so much in common.
Oh?
She's an actress, too, you know.
Really?
Oh, yes. At our last club show, she did an impersonation of Gypsy Rose Lee.
Oh, please.
Oh, yes. Oh, it was so exciting. The orchestra played the strip polka, and Beverly came out, and all the men in the audience yelled, "Keep it on! Keep it on!"
I can see their point. Well, sorry, Gracie. No Beverly for me.
But, Mr. Young, fate...
Gracie, it would take more than fate to make me go out with a creature like that.
You'd need a more important reason, huh?
I certainly would.
Well, then I guess I'll have to tell you the truth.
The truth?
Yes. I'll bear my shame.
Well,
I hope that I never have to tell this to anyone.
well, good heavens, what is it?
Well, I want you to take Beverly away from George.
Huh?
He's madly in love with her.
What? You mean George and this Beverly?
Yes. Oh, please, don't tell anyone, especially George.
But...
Oh.
Why, the man is nothing but a homewrecker.
Yeah.
How can you live with a fellow like that? He's a skunk.
I know, but he's the skunk I'm used to.
No. Don't cry, Gracie.
Oh, dear, nobody will help
Now, wait,
me.
Gracie, I'll help you.
Yeah,
I'll be happy.
You will.
Yes,
Thank you very much. I'll arrange everything. Goodbye.
Hey!
Gracie.
What? George, what are you doing outside of Robert Young's house?
So it's true. You did come over here to make a date with that young guy.
Well, yes,
Well,
but
I'll
that...
tear that wolf apart with my bare hands. I'll murder him. I'll beat that guy
Now,
up and...
George, be careful. This is Robert Young, not Loretta. And anyway...
Well, I'll see you later.
Well, George!
Yes, what? Oh, so it's you.
You're darn right it's me. My wife was just here. Do you deny it?
Denied? Of course not.
Young, as one man to another, what's your opinion of a guy who'd break up a home?
Oh, George, let's face it. You're a louse.
I'm a louse?
Sure. Do you think that woman is worth all this?
She is to me. There isn't another one like her in the whole world.
That I'll guarantee. Give her up, George.
Never.
Oh, but look at it from Gracie's side a minute. She's too nice to have her life ruined. She deserves only the best there is.
Brother, are you conceited?
George, what do you see in this Beverly Fudnick?
Beverly Fudnick? What's she got to do with it?
Aren't you in love with her?
In love with Beverly Fudnick?
Yeah.
No, I go steady with Boris Karloff.
But Gracie said she wanted me to take Beverly away from you. That's why she arranged this date with us.
Why, she... Oh, I see. Gracie is trying to get a husband for this dame.
And she puts me on a detail like that?
Wait, Bob. You can't spoil the state for Gracie. She'd
Well,
never
George,
forgive me. You've got to go through with it for me, Bob.
Oh, but George, look at that picture.
Well, it's only one night out of your life, and it'll save my neck.
Well, if it means that much to you, I suppose I'd...
Well, thanks, Bob.
Well, now, just a second. You don't suppose this Beverly will try to, make love to me, do you?
Well, she might.
Oh, murder. Now I know what ranger training must be like.
Now to GI Journal's Song of the Week department and another original song written by one of you men overseas and mailed to us here at Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here to send that song right back to you is your singing pinup girl, Miss Connie Haynes.
Thanks, fellas. And thanks to you overseas songwriters for all those tunes you sent us to preview in GI Journal's original Song of the Week department. And before this week's song makes its debut, I'd like to remind you all that V-mail is the mail. Of course, you can't use it when you send in those original songs, but for regular letters, it can't be beat. Mail sent overseas in 2 months amounted to 1,600 shipped tons. If that mail had been microfilmed, about 1,568 additional ship tons would have been available for vital military cargo. The Army and Navy Postal Service uses rowboats, dog teams, camels, and everything else that can carry mail to you. The Army Navy Postal Service job is a big one and an important one to all of us, so let's give them all the help we can, okay? Now, this week we have a real special, a song that's being featured in Over and Back, an all-soldier show that's playing in the CBI Theater. The music is by Sergeant Bill Post, and here's one of the hits of the show, Rainbow in the Rain.
Skies above were filled with rain. Darkness played an old refrain, till a stranger passed one day, and I heard him say, just pick a rose out of the air. There's a sunbeam right over there, look out. There's a rainbow in the rain. Drop that frown, pick up a smile. Blues were never, ever worthwhile. Look out, there's a rainbow in the rain. Stormy weather can't stay forever. Bluebirds will soon fly by. Wrap up a dream, tired with a scheme, and old Daddy New Year'll soon wink his eye. Touch a star out in the blue. There is someone waiting for you. Look out, there is a rainbow in the rain. Stormy weather can't stay forever. Bluebirds will soon fly by. Wrap up a dream, tired with a scheme, and old Daddy New Year will soon wink his eye. Touch a star out in the blue. There's someone waiting for you. Look out, there is a rainbow in the rain.
now back to George and Gracie, where Robert Young is awaiting the arrival of Beverly Fudnick.
Oh, my goodness, I wish Beverly would get here. You must be all on edge, Mr. Young.
I am. I feel like a man about to eat his first powdered egg.
Steady, Bob.
Yeah, she'll be here soon. She's probably having trouble with the new makeup I suggested for her nose.
Oh.
Blue, green, and yellow crayon.
For her nose?
Well, yes, I got the idea for monocle on camouflage. Those colors will make a 16-inch gun fade into the background. Oh, there's Beverly. Come on, George. We'll go inside and leave the two little lovebirds alone.
Oh, no, don't go, please. I'm scared. Suppose she makes a pass at me.
Oh, you can handle people who make passes. Just make believe you're a hostess at the Hollywood Canteen. Come on, George.
Come in.
Have you, hello?
Hello. Well, I must say you're better looking than your picture, Beverly.
I'm not Beverly. I'm a general, current, private sad sack.
Zach, I've just had a great idea. How would you like a date for tonight?
Sorry, but I only go out with girls.
But this is a girl. A lovely girl. You'd like a date with a beautiful young lady, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess I could manage to. I suppose it would be all. I guess I could force myself to.
Good. Now, if you take this girl out, I promise I'll make it worth your while.
You mean she won't?
That's up to you. Now, here's a pie spot, and thanks a million, and goodbye.
Gee, here I am getting paid for it, taking out a woman. I feel like a piccolo.
Well, how are you kids getting... Why, who are you?
I'm a private sad sack. Are you the cutie I'm taking out tonight?
The cutie you're taking out tonight?
Oh, don't worry. She'll be safe with me, Pop.
Pop? What is this anyway?
Yeah, where's Mr. Young?
Oh, the fellow that was just here. He took a pal. He took a pal. He left. But before he went, he gave me $5 to take out a girl for him.
Oh, I see. Well, Beverly Fudnick hasn't had a date in 10 years, so I guess maybe you might do.
Beverly Fudnick, huh?
Yeah.
Is she pretty?
Well...
Oh, good figure?
Well...
Is she intelligent? Has she got money? You men are all alike. All you want in a girl is beauty, charm, intelligence, a good figure, and money. What else is there?
Beverly Fudnick.
Oh, okay. So she's ugly. At least now I'm prepared. We won't be surprised when I see her.
Well, here I am, Gracie.
Beverly!
So you're Beverly Fudnick?
That's right.
You're built more like Beverly Hills.
Well, look, Beverly, you see, we couldn't get Robert Young, but this young man is going to pinch hit for him. He'll be your date.
Oh, a soldier. Oh, how wonderful. I'm so glad you're mine, you lovely, lovely thing.
Hey, you, put me down.
Do I have to, Gracie?
Well, yes, what you're doing isn't very ladylike, Beverly. Here, put him on the sofa and jump on him.
Yeah, be a lady, Beverly.
Okay, Gracie. I got him on the sofa.
Oh, good. Now turn out all the lights, George. I just know they want to snuggle.
No, not that. Don't turn those lights off.
Oh, no. Leave them on. My dream man and I want to look at each other. Look at me, you beautiful creature.
Hey, pal.
Yeah?
Okay, turn them off.
Well, I think you and Beverly should know each other a little better first. Why don't you go out for the evening together, say, to the Palladium?
Oh, what a marvelous idea. We can spend the whole evening in each other's arms, dancing.
Boy, women are beasts, aren't they?
They sure are, pal.
Well, you'll never find a nicer beast than Beverly. Now, go on. Run along, you two.
Oh, all right. Come on, lover. And Gracie, I want to thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, me too. I'm very much of a I'm very grateful. I certainly appreciate what you did to me.
You sure are a fine matchmaker, Gracie. Those two could never be happy together, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know. Everyone can't marry an ideal mate like I did, dear. There aren't enough big, virile, handsome, glamorous men like you to go around.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
And glorious as my mate is, I know a person who married someone even more wonderful, even more desirable.
Really? Who?
You!
I see what you mean, yeah.
Here's Lieutenant Jimmy Greer and the band with the Undress Jump.
That about does it for now. The old GI Journal has been put to bed once more. Till the next time we get together again to print another edition, this is George Burns thanking our star reporters, Robert Young, Paula Winslow, Connie Haynes, Private Sad Sack, Mel Blanc, and Jimmy Greer and the 11th Naval District Coast Guard Band, and saying so long.
And this is Gracie Allen wishing you lots of luck, fellas.
And don't forget, guys, the address for you overseas songwriters is GI Journal, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Harry Mitchell speaking. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
there's Assembly. For all you members of the American Armed Forces and your allies, a rebroadcast of the victory parade of Spotlight Bands.
Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Gene Krupa.
Thank you very much, Army, and hello, everybody. This is Gene Krupa. When our spotlight orders came through to report to Bushnell General Hospital, Brigham City, Utah, we picked up our tickets, packed up our music bags, and came right away, because there's no one we'd rather play for than you veterans of combat at every theater of war. So thanks for the grand invitation, the wonderful reception. Now here's where we get underway.
Well, right you are, Maestro Krupa, and our very first spotlight tune, Blue Moon. Heartbeat rhythm, a romantic song. Gene Krupa plays and Buddy Stewart sings.
I was taken for a sleigh ride in July. Oh, I must have been a setup for a sight. A mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe. A sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in July.
Here's a new Gene Krupa recording which really spotlights the famed Krupa Gene orders. You betcha it really jumps, and it's labeled Cry and You Cry Alone.
Cry and you cry alone. Your smile is gone, and so you're on your own. Remember that the weeping willow, my friend, is such a lonely tree. Look and see, all the birds have flown. Laugh, please make it long and loud. That joke you crack will soon attract a crowd. You'll find my logic well-founded. Laugh, you're surrounded, but cry and you cry all alone. Baby, won't you laugh, 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 have yourself a ball.
That awful joke you cracked.
Look out!
Sends them after all.
Make with a smile, child, it's the latest style. But cry, cry, baby, when you sing the blues, you'll find you cry alone.
And right about here, the Gene Krupa Band. And right about now, the voice of Lillian Lane with the Gene Orders. Very romantic song, I Should Care.
But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. So I should care.
now, the real king of the height beaters lets loose with a solid barrage, a synchronized stomp. Are you ready, maestro? Well, it would appear that you are indeed in the mood, Gene, but just a bit firmer, if you please. That'll really get it, so leave us leap, huh?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Yank Bandstand. Yank Bandstand, fellas, owned and operated by service bands of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And today, music by Marines. Yes, music by Marines, in the person of Sergeant Tommy Enos and his band, current address, Camp Pendleton, California, with lyrics supplied by Corporals Shorty Pryor and Joe Mistretta. An old standard holds the takeoff spot. It's from a Broadway show from way back when. Sergeant Enos gives the nod for What Is This Thing Called Love? And now the vocal department gets set to go into operation. The two corporals we mentioned a moment ago answer to the names of Shorty Pryor and Joe Mistretta. Shorty got time off from her job with the Women's Reserve to take part in a vocal duet with Joe. The song is one you may have heard before, the theme song of that famous vocal group, the Pied Pipers. Give a listen to Dream. Time out now for just a moment to tell you you're listening to Yank Bandstand, operated by service bands from all branches of the service. Today, we're welcoming Sergeant Tommy Enos and his Marines from the Marine Corps base at Camp Pendleton, California. Now, there's a bit of story about this next song. One of Tommy's arrangers is a record collector, and the other day he happened to come across a record of a tune called Piccolo Pete. Remember that one? As a result, a new arrangement of that old tune found its way into the books. Here it is, Piccolo Pete. Well, we're still way in the back of the book with the old songs. They tell me that Ted Lewis first introduced this one back in 1928. Sergeant Enos gives it rather an up-to-date treatment. She's funny that way. so Yank Bandstand has played host to another service band, to Sergeant Tommy Enos and his Marines from Camp Pendleton, California. Our vocalists tonight were Corporal Shorty Pryor and Joe Mistretta. The tunes you heard were What Is This Thing Called Love, Dream, Piccolo Pete, and She's Funny That Way. Again soon, another Best in Service bands will be heard on Yank Bandstand. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope.
Thank you. All right, take the sign down. How do you do? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the Yuma Army Airfield Hope. Well, here we are at the Yuma Army Air Base. This base is located on a mesa. Mesa, that's an Arizona goose pimple. But Yuma is really the Old West. I started to drag the skeleton of a cow off the sidewalk in Yuma, and the manager of the Western Union office came out and told me to get my own bicycle rack. Sneaks up on you, that joke, doesn't it? Aren't you sorry you didn't hide? But anyway, the weather here in Yuma is perfect, except for an occasional soft breeze. Soft breeze, that's a local expression meaning let's stand on the corner and watch the buildings go by. Yes, sir, this is the only place in the country where the hangars have more flying hours than the airplanes. They tell me it really gets hot here in Yuma. In fact, around here, you don't ask a guy what's cooking. You just say, how well done are you? I don't know how hot it gets in Yuma, but the other day I saw a rattlesnake, and he was crawling under a cow looking for a faucet marked cold. And Yuma is full of marriage parlors. Marriage parlor, that's sort of a booby trap. That is, if you're boob enough to open your trap in one. But the justices of the peace here charge as much as $5. They have to charge a little more to repair the skid marks on the carpet. One soldier got married in such a hurry that 2 days later he and his bride were still going around trying to find a mutual friend to introduce him. And there's really a serious housing shortage here in Yuma. In fact, the other day, a B-17 dove a little too close to the ground, and before he could pull out of it, a real estate agent rented out the ball turret to a family from Oklahoma. And these boys here are waist gunners, and I found out why they're called waist gunners. On Saturday nights, that's what they go gunning for. Here's Skinny Ennis singing Gonna See My Baby.
I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby. I'm gonna see my baby when I get home on Victory Day. I'm gonna kiss my baby. I've really missed my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby and live and love the U.S. way. Female or right wing, you just have something to say. But female, not like when your arms around your honey and you're home to stay. I'm gonna see my baby. I've really missed my baby. I'm gonna kiss my baby when I get home on Victory Day. Get back to the double track. See my friends down on the main stem. Go by the joint, say hello to the boss. Grab my chicken, say let's get lost when I get home on Victory Day.
Here comes those Andrews sisters. The Andrews sisters.
Was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was the top man at his craft. But then his number came up and he was gone with the draft. He's in the army now, blowing reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy, company B. They made him blow a bugle boy, his Uncle Sam. It really brought him down because it wouldn't jam. The captain seemed to understand. Because the next day the cap went out and drafted a band. And now the company jumps when he plays reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy, company B. A toot, a toot, a toot-a-toot, he blows it A to the bar. In boogie rhythm, he can't blow a note unless the bass and guitar is playing with him. He makes the company jump when he plays reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy, company B.
He was the boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. And when he plays boogie woogie bugle, he was busy as a business bee. And when he plays, he makes the company jump A to the bar. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. Doo-doo-doo-doo-riata, doo-riata, toot-toot, he blows it A to the bar. Can't blow a note if the bass and guitar isn't with him. The company jumps and he plays reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B.
Puts the boy to sleep boogie every night and wakes him up the same way in the early bright. They clap their hands and stamp their feet because they know how he plays and someone gives him a beat. He really breaks it up when he plays reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. And the company jumps and he plays reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy, Company B. Disneyland, lots of land under starry skies. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide country that I love. Don't fence me in.
Say, look out there, that's not a duck a-comin'.
Why,
Why, it's the stagecoach.
Gad, must have pushed the wrong pedal. Whoa! Gad, he won't roll. I'll stop him. I'll grab his tail and pull on it. Well, it'll come in handy for dusting the furniture.
This is where I get off, driver.
I'll open the door for you. Silly me, wrong side.
Say, look who's coming up the path. Why, it's Drag Along Hope. Holy smoke. Say, I wonder who left the corral open.
Gee, what do you know, gals?
I'm Patty. I'm Maxine. I'm Laverne.
I'm available. Yes, sir, gals, just blew in from Hollywood.
Well, say, you got back here just in the right time, partner. The bloom is on the stage.
Bloom is on the stage. Won't they dry quicker if you hang them on the clothesline?
Gee, drag along, you've changed.
Huh?
I said you've changed. How'd you get so bow-legged?
I don't want to tell you I'm too bow-legged.
You're too bow-legged.
Yeah, twice last week my horse ran away and I didn't know about it.
Gee, drag along. When you left, you were just another cowboy. Are you really a famous Western movie star now?
Well, I hope to kiss a pig.
Well, okay, but be careful you don't cut your lips on the mirror.
Well, I'm doing great, gals. I just got through making a picture with an Indian boy. I don't suppose you gals have heard of Little Beaver.
No, but on Saturday nights in Yuma, we run into plenty of eager beavers. Did you meet any of them Hollywood celebrities, drag along?
Did I even touch Betty Grable?
You did?
Yeah, how do you think I got the car fare back here?
Say, drag along, you got your horse here with you.
Yeah, don't me and Silver make a pretty picture standing side by side?
Oh, my, he's mighty pretty, all right. Here, have a lump of sugar. Now, here's one for you, Silver. Drag along, how about showing us some of that trick riding you learned in Hollywood?
Want to see a little trick riding? Okay, I'll walk over and get a couple of horses from the corral. No doubt about it, I got to get these spurs shortened.
See, them are sure big spurs, drag along.
Yeah, I like them big. After the war's over, I'm going to have them made into a Ford. Say, gals, now I'll show you some fancy riding. Watch, I'll ride two horses standing up with my foot on each one. Here I go.
Hey, watch out, drag along.
I'm okay.
But the horses are going further and further apart.
Well, now I can make double features.
Baby, don't you fence me in.
Laughed at the rain together, sang love's refrain together, and we'd both pretend it would never end. One day we cried together, cast love aside together. You're gone for me, but we always will be together. are gone from me, but my memory, we always will be together.
Well, look, here's a place, Bob. Madame Zaza, fortune teller. Let's go in.
Well, Vera Vane. Well, it's Vera Vane. Call out the riot squad.
It's Bob Hope. Put on your gas mask.
Well, Miss Vague, what are you doing here at Madame Zaza's?
Well, I'm really a mind reader, Mr. Hope, but come on in anyway. I'll tell your fortune with tea leaves, Mr. Hope, as soon as I can get some hot water in a tea bag.
Oh, fine. And would you mind using a new bag for me?
Oh, I use nothing else. You won't find an old bag around here.
That really doesn't need an answer, does it?
Forget it. Oh, you dear boy, you. Why don't you take off your hat and show this cactus around here a real point?
Now, come on, Miss Vague. I'm in a hurry. Will you read my mind?
All right. Now, relax. Just relax, Mr. Hope. You're my first customer at mind reading. Let's see, where is it? Oh, yes, here's your mind right over here.
Oh, you found it pretty quick, didn't you?
Beginner's luck, I guess.
So you're a mind reader, Miss Vague?
Yes, and you know, Mr. Hope, Cary Grant was here the other day, and I read his mind, but he left in a hurry.
Why did he leave in such a hurry, Miss Vague?
Well, while I was reading his mind, he read mine. The life of a gypsy. I flip here and I flip there looking for romance.
Really, Miss Vague, supposing you met a fellow like Skinny Ennis?
I'd get another can of flip. Really, I'm very good at palm reading, Mr. Hope. Yeah, let me look at your hand a minute there. Oh, goodness. I can see you're a man of great wealth and influence.
Wealth and influence? How can you tell that, Miss Vague? By the lifelines in my palm?
No, by the nicotine stains on your fingers.
Well, let's get back to the mind reading, Miss Vague.
Yes.
Hello, Bob. Oh, hello, Miss Vague. May I join you?
Oh, well, Miss Langford. Of course, darling. Come right in. Here's a chair, dear. Sit down and take a mess off your feet.
My, but that's a lovely gypsy costume you're wearing, Miss Vague.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, is it ready-made, or do you have your own awning company?
Oh, you sweet child, you. I don't see why you came to a fortune teller, dear. Why don't you just take that wig of yours off and use your own crystal ball?
Now, wait a minute, girls. I want you two girls to kiss and make up. Francis, kiss Miss Vague on the cheek.
Oh, all right. Here.
That's sweet. Now, Miss Vague, you kiss Francis on the cheek.
Sorry, dear. Chapped lips.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Hope. I got the Swami, and we're flying in on the beam, and it's pretty embarrassing.
It's embarrassing to be flying in on the beam?
Yes. All the other pilots have airplanes.
What is your position, Kelowna?
I'm 5 miles above the Rocky Mountains, Hope, and I just want to ask you one thing.
What is it, Kelowna?
Got a spare gas coupon?
You're really in trouble then, Kelowna.
Yes, Hope. My plane's on fire, my wings are gone, my motor's missing, and my tail's off.
Kelowna, your plane's on fire, your wings are off, your motor's missing, and your tail's off?
Yes. Think I ought to jump?
Professor, stop fooling around and get on over here.
Okay, Hope, I'm right overhead. I'll swoop down and make a perfect landing in the front yard. Here I come. Should have let the wheels down.
You've been listening to The Bob Hope Show with Vera Vague, Francis Langford, Professor Colonna, Skinny Innes and the orchestra, and Bob's special guest, the Andrews Sisters. Now, in the time that remains, we take you to the Trianon in Southgate for music by Lionel Hampton and his orchestra.
that was one of those solid session numbers by Lionel Hampton. That drummer boy that's sitting in really did a swell job. Well, here we go now, friends, with music in a little different tempo. The band plays, Dinah Washington sings, I'm a Slick Chick on the Mellow Side. Let's go.
Sunday clothes. I'm a slick chick on a solid kick. Always looking ready, man, I'm on the mellow side. I'm a sharp queen, make the Hellcat scream. I know how to send a man, I'm on the mellow side. Now when I started driving the groovy moon, Jack, you holler murder and swoon, swoon, swoon. I'm a slick chick. I know that that's the lick. Gee, but I'm a killer man. I'm on the mellow side. Always looking ready, man. I'm on the mellow side. Know how to do it, man. I'm on the mellow side. Now when I started driving beneath the groovy moon, Jack, you holler murder and swoon, swoon, swoon. I'm a slick chick. I know that's the lick. Gee, but I'm a killer man. I'm on the mellow
Well, Dinah Washington, that really, shall we say that really kills them? Yes, sir, that was all right. And now, friends, let's listen while Lionel Hampton and the orchestra play. Alice Lindsay sings, Got a Penny?
Got a penny, penny. I got the telephone to Jenny. 'Cause I just got 4 cents to my name. Got a penny, penny. I haven't any.
It's been music by Lionel Hampton and his orchestra from the Trianon in Southgate. Next week, same time, same station, we'll be back with The Bob Hope Show. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
But the cupboard was there. Got a penny, penny. I got the telephone to Jenny. 'Cause I just got 4 cents to my name. And I just got 4 cents to my name. And I've got to call on my old flame.
There's Assembly. For all you members of the American Armed Forces and your allies, a rebroadcast of the Victory Parade of Spotlight Bands.
Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Ted Strader.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Army. This is Ted Strader starting off the Spotlight Week at Hammond General Hospital. And that's really starting our week off right, because we're playing for veterans of combat from every theater of war. Here's hoping we started off the same way for them.
Righto, Maestro. Can do and will do with one of your tunes. So let's get ready, get set, and go with The Sunny Side of the Street. Spotlighting the Ted Strader Band, the Ted Strader Piano, and a Vincent Youmans tune. T42.
Ted Strader, ladies and gentlemen. Cole Porter songs have a way of catching the public's fancy and climbing right up to the top. That's because Mr. Porter can express himself in words as well as he does in music. And his dexterity in both is shown in his latest song hit, sung now by Miss Victoria Hill, Every Time We Say Goodbye.
When you're near, there's such an air of spring about it. I can hear a lark somewhere begin to sing about it. There's no love song finer, but how strange the change from major to minor. Every time we say goodbye.
Music of a recent motion picture is the foreground music of the spotlight now. Ted Strader plays the haunting and beautiful Laura. Spotlight's ready, the Army's willing, and Ted Strader's able. So away we go with Kitten on the Keys.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello, this is Gary Moore speaking.
Hello, Junior. This is Jimmy.
Jimmy Durante, where are you?
At home. A burglar just broke in and tied both my hands behind my back.
Tied both your hands behind your back, then how were you able to dial the phone to call me?
They don't call me Schnoz for nothing.
Here's the Comedy Caravan starring Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, with music by Roy Bargy and his orchestra and songs by Georgia Gibbs. The Bargy Men open the show with one of the season's top tunes. Hit it, Roy. Now we bring you a young man who was the newest rave in Hollywood pictures. Producers go for his face. Directors go for his face. And cameramen go for his face. And here he is, that gopher-faced boy, Gary Moore!
Thank you. Thank you very much, my friends, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you that I was going...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Moore, you preposterous man.
Pardon me, are you suffering from lower plate wobble? What is that noise you make each week?
Oh, that's the way I laugh. Oh, I just love to pull off a good laugh.
Well, you better pull that one off somewhere and bury it. But, Mrs. Wurtle, I'm glad that someone is happy tonight.
Why, aren't you?
Well, yes, but I haven't been sleeping well lately.
Oh, but that's funny. For Christmas, I sent you a goose feather mattress.
I know, but don't you think you should have taken the geese out first? You think so?
Oh, what you need, Mr. Moore, is a glass of warm milk before retiring.
Well, no, I tried that, you see. In fact, I got a whole gallon of milk, and the first night I drank one glass full, and you know what?
What?
All night long, I dreamed I was holding hands with Lauren Bacall.
Oh, my.
Sure. So the next night, I drank 2 glasses of milk, and all that night, I dreamed I was hugging Lauren Bacall.
Oh, my goodness.
Naturally, I didn't want to miss anything, so... The next night, I drank all the milk that was left.
Oh, exciting. What did you dream of that night?
Getting my nickel back on the bottle. Doesn't that break your heart?
Oh, well, Mr. Moore, I'm almost afraid to go to bed since what happened to me the other night.
What's that?
Well, my sister and I were about to retire when I looked in the closet, and there was a burglar.
Oh, good heavens. With the help of your sister, I suppose you were able to overpower him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, isn't that awful? That poor guy. He'd have been better off if the cops had got him. But let's cast caution to the winds and present the one and only Jimmy Durante in person.
You've got to start off each day with a song.
Oh, sing it, Jimmy.
Now, even when things go wrong,
I love your profile, boy.
why, you feel better, you even look better. That guy don't know it, but he's auditioning for a lump on the head.
Oh, Jimmy, you've got an impish gleam in your eye tonight.
You're right, Junior, I'm exuberant.
You are.
I just gave the report proper to an extortionist.
Well, good for you. Tell me about it.
Well, I walked into a nearby fruiterer, and I nonchalantly bought 2 apples. The clerk says, here you are. These apples will cost you $2 apiece. So I gave him a $5 bill. As he was about to give me my dollar change, I said, keep it, we're even. I stepped on a grape coming in. It's a good thing I didn't step on a cucumber. I'd be in the hands of the receiver.
Really an expensive joint, huh?
Junior, he makes money hand over fist. Why, in the back of the store, he's even got a saloon.
Wait, a saloon in back and a fruit store in front?
Yeah, that way you can build yourself up while you tear yourself down. And, Junior, what a joint that saloon is. They've got 8 beautiful waitresses walking around in bathing suits. And, boy, is that manager naive.
What do you mean?
With 8 girls walking around the joint in bathing suits, he puts up a sign that says, keep your eye on your hat and coat. While I'm watching my hat and coat, some wise guy stole my waitress. Now you know that you can't go wrong. Why, you just start off each day with a song.
Roy Bargy and the orchestra now in a Roy Bargy arrangement of Evelina.
was Roy Barg and his orchestra playing Eveline from the Broadway show Bloomer Girl. An elastic arrangement, I thought so. But let us not dwiddle nor dwaddle. It is time to call on my brilliant colleague, Mr. Gary Moore.
Thank you, James. And oddly enough, I was thinking how wonderful it is that you and I are partners. Jimmy, I'd be lost without you.
And I'd be lost without you, Junior.
Well, I'd be lost without you, James.
And I'd surely be lost without you,
well,
Junior.
I'd positively be lost without you, James.
For two grown men, we get lost awful easy.
Well, it's not only us, Jimmy. It's been proven many times that two heads are better than one. Now, if you don't believe me, let me elucidate.
Very well. But you'll have to excuse me, Junior. I've got to stretch myself across a river. You see, I'm playing bridge tonight.
In the year 1882, this country was on the verge of a second civil war. Brother against brother, father against son. And all because of two wealthy parlor game manufacturers named Thaddeus K. Tiddley and Harvey J. Winks. It seems that both men introduced their games in the same year, and in no time at all, half the country was tiddling, while the other half was winking. And the tiddlers wouldn't speak to the winkers, and the winkers wouldn't speak to the tiddlers, and the winkers said the tiddlers were piddlers, and the tiddlers said that the winkers were stinkers, that they didn't like them at all. And one day, these two men met. Thaddeus Tiddley said,
Now, see here, Winks, there's no sense to this conflict. Why not combine our two games?
A splendid idea. What shall we call it?
Well, how about Tickly Whiz?
No, I'd much prefer Winkly Kiss.
I say Kiddly Net.
I disagree. Niddly King.
Tickly Wink.
Winkly Stink.
Duxley What?
Monkly Spoon.
Duxley Fox.
Monkly Down.
No!
And you know something? They never did find a name for that game. But then, the next big partnership to be formed came into being in the northern part of old China between two men named Charles Ting and Li Pong. They discovered this game of ping pong at lunch one day while trying to pass a hard-boiled egg with one chopstick. And to show you how successful they were, I should like to interview an average player of the now famous game of ping pong. Now, is that dress fencing you in there? What? Tell me, miss, do you enjoy ping pong?
Oh, my boyfriend and I think it's more fun than anything. First, he hits the ball under the table and we go get it.
Yeah.
And then I hit the ball under the table and we go get it.
Well, where does the fun come in?
Under the table.
Oh, yes. Ping pong is a great game. And remember, friends, ping pong spelled backwards is pronounced gnip gnop. It is pronounced gnip gnop, which is even harder to play than ping pong. But then, parlor games are not the only field which has benefited from partnership. In New York, not long ago, two manufacturers named J.P. Gurr and Alexander Dull met. Well, they pooled their resources and produced a garment which all women know as the girdle. The girdle. Now, of course, since the rubber shortage, girdles have been replaced by the old-fashioned corset. And I should like to have Mr. Dull tell us now what he thinks of the old-fashioned corset.
I have just one thing to say about the corset. It don't mean a thing if you don't pull that string.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Dull. I'm glad we could squeeze you in tonight. Yes, friends, as you can see, partnerships everywhere were paying off. And in Hollywood many years later, two inventors of card games met, Mr. Homer W. Ginn and Mr. Cyrus K. Rummy. They got together and invented a game that has swept the country. And Mr. Ginn and Mr. Rummy called their game Pinochle. Of course, they didn't want to call it Pinochle, but somebody had already patented Parcheesi. And so, friends, we come up to modern times, and the latest of partnerships, Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. And Howard, you know, the minute that Jimmy and I put our heads together, we knew we'd stick.
But why?
We had to. He got his nose caught in my ear, and I couldn't get it out. From tiddlywinks and ping pong, it's but a short step to her nibs, Miss Gibbs. You got something special tonight, Georgia?
Oh, you betcha, Gary. And for a very special bunch of boys in Ward 5 and Tilton General Hospital at Fort Dix, New Jersey. Here it is, fellas. Please don't say no. Say maybe. Please don't say no. Say maybe. Or say come back in the spring. Say any old thing, but don't say no. Please don't say no. Baby, I've so much love to impart. It's making my heart overflow. Be sweet and kind, and keep this thought in mind while you think it over. Great love from little friendships grow. So please don't say no, oh baby. And though I wish you'd confess, right now I'd settle for less, because in time, baby, you'll wind up saying yes. Be sweet and kind, and keep this thought in mind while we think it over. Great love from little friendship grows. So please don't say no, say maybe. And though I wish you'd confess, right now I'd settle for less, because in time, baby, you wind up saying
Roy Bargy and the orchestra now, and a Roy Bargy arrangement of The Continental.
Ladies and gentlemen, in place of our regular Friday night drama, tonight we present a brief but educational lecture by Dr. James Hollowell Durante entitled How to Raise a Model Garden or Never Get Caught with Your Plants Down. Now, in this...
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Junior, how can I give a lecture? I don't know anything about flowers.
Oh, now, Jimmy, you must know something about flowers. Flowers, like roses or chrysanthemums.
Okay, if I'm going to give a lecture, tell me one thing. What is a chrysanthemum?
Well, I'll tell you. A chrysanthemum is a flower like a begonia, and a begonia is part of a popular song like in When the Begonia Began. And who wrote Begonia Began? Cole Porter did. And what's a Cole Porter? Why, a Cole Porter is a man who carries coal. In other words, a miner. And what's a miner?
Well, it's
a miner is the opposite of a major, and you know what a major is. A major is one rank lower than a colonel. And what's a colonel?
Well,
a colonel is something that comes on corn. And you know what corn is? Corn is moonshine. What is moonshine?
Well,
moonshine is romantic. That's what it is. And when you're romantic, you're in love. And when you're in love, you give flowers. And if you give your girl flowers instead of the day off, you'd know what a chrysanthemum is, and I wouldn't have to stand here and explain it to you.
How do you like that? I ask one question and the house falls in on me. But if you know so much about flowers, Junior, why don't you give the lecture tonight?
Well, Jimmy, I've got to run now to be on time for my new job.
You've got a new job, Junior?
Yes, I got a new job, Jimmy.
Well, tell me, where's your new job located, Junior?
Well, my new job is located on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
Your new job is located on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Junior?
Yes, the new job is located on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
If I had a bass drum with me, this would be a good time to beat it. But tell me, who's your new job with in an extremely exclusive excrocarium estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Junior?
Well, my new job is with Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
Your new job is with Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Junior.
Yes, my new job is with Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
And to think But tell me, who do you wait for in your new job at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable and extremely exclusive escrotarium estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Junior?
What? Why, I work for one of the keys who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
You wait for one of the keys who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive extracurricular estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Junior.
Yes, I work for one of the keys who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
Anybody want to buy my interest in this conversation? But tell me, what are you doing your new job at one of the keys who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Junior!
Why, I'm the scallywag who drags lagging knives to the feed bags for the key who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable and extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
You're the scallywag who drags lagging knives. You're the feed bags for the key who feeds weeds and seeds to the speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive escrotarium estate, Junior.
Yes, I'm the scallywag who drags lagging knives to the feed bags for the key who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive equestrian estate called Exeter Acres, Virginia, Jimmy.
Call up my congressman. It's a filibuster. But tell me, can I be of any help in your new job as a scallywag who drags lagging knives to the feed bag for the key who feeds weeds and seeds to speedy seeds at Margin Mabel's Large and Able Livery Stable on an extremely exclusive Junior.
Yes, you can be a pretty prominent pitchfork pusher for the scallywag.
That's all, brother. I hereby tender my surrender.
Jimmy, what's the matter?
I regret I've only got one tongue to give to my program.
Love is real. You mean to me more than you mean to me. You just can't seem to see. I feel when I am the world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can sing to say I want so more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can see to say I want so more than you ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you, darling. I dream of you.
Hey, who will be with you when I'm far away? Let me hear that high note, maestro. What a note.
A magnificent note, Mr. Durante.
A colossal note, Mr. Moore.
And Jimmy, if I may say so, you look a little bit winded and out of breath.
Well, who wouldn't be after what you put me through? Tell me something, Junior. How can you talk that fast?
Well, it's very simple, Jimmy. It's a mere matter of the storing up of the proper amount of oxygen in the abdominal cavity, which like this leaves the diaphragm, and the gradual releasing of the stored up air passing through the epiglottis and over the larynx in just sufficient amount to allow for clear articulation, precise pronunciation.
Good night, folks. It's another filibuster. Who will be with you when we're far away?
Good night, Mr. Durante.
Good night, Mr. Moore.
Good night, guys.
Good night, fellas.
Listen to the Comedy Caravan next week when once again we'll bring you the music of Roy Bargy and his orchestra, songs by Georgia Gibbs, and laughs by
Jimmy Durante
and Gary Moore.
In person.
This is Howard Petrie saying, we'll see you then.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good morning, everybody, and a real happy Thursday to you. And a great big warm welcome at Waring's. And here's the man, the host at Waring's, Fred Waring. Like that, huh?
Good morning, Bill Bivens. Good morning, everybody. Hello, everybody, and thanks for coming. I was just greeting the studio audience, and they put us on the air. I suppose they want to run on schedule, huh? And if they want to run on schedule...
I
see. Well, then I better stop talking, huh?
Maybe so.
All right.
For the song within my heart is you alone.
You know, Mr. Menser told me I talk too much anyway.
Listen, I rode in on the train with Mr. Menser.
Right, and he agreed with that, huh?
No, he was up in the other car, but I sort of fixed things up. He saw me, you know.
I see. We better start the show. Where are we, folks? What is this day? Thursday.
So early Thursday morning.
Thursday is market day, I believe.
Thursday's the day called market day, the day you spend your husband's pay, the day you lay supplies away. It's early Thursday morning, so early Thursday morning.
We'll have the poetry for the day, please, Daisy.
To market, to buy a fat pig. Home again, no jiggity jig.
Robert?
'Cause there was a sign on the butcher's door. We're out of meat, we have no more.
We're out of beef, we're out of lamb, we're out of pork and out of ham.
We're out of ribs, we're out of chuck. And believe me, sister, you're out of luck.
Well, if there's nothing to buy, we better change it to baking day. Let's stay home and have a baking day.
Thursday's the day you bake your pies to give your family a surprise. The look of pie that's in their eyes. Early Thursday morning, so early Thursday morning.
Well, we got the show started, Bill.
Certainly did.
We're calling it baking day.
What do you mean baking day? It's market day. There's plenty of stuff.
How do you mean there's plenty of stuff?
Well, there's steaks and fruits and all. Why, golly, out in Larchmont where I live, I do all our shopping, and I was in the store this morning at plenty of steaks, chops, ribs, anything you want.
Go ahead.
Well, and there's plenty of canned goods and things, you know. But it's the middle of the month.
Yes, and?
Out of reds, out of blues.
You mean out of... Oh, I see. There's plenty of stuff, but no points. We better start this show quickly here. This is a song for the amphibious forces. It's called We're Going In. Everybody knows the great story of the amphibians, how they charge in there. Well, this song will tell the story.
Hit the nets, let's go, we're going in. There's a beach out there in the dawn somewhere, and a man-sized five to win. Aye! Hit the nets, let's go, we're going in. This is it, amphibs, we're on our way. Hold her straight and true, for it's up to you when we hit that beach today. Aye! This is it, amphibs, we're on our way. Stand by with your gator and your cat and your duck. Come in on the flag, and here's best of luck. Give the old amphibs another win. Hit the nets, let's go, we're going in. Stand by with the gator and your cat and your duck. Come in on the flag, and here's best of luck. Give the old amphibs another win. Hit the net. Let's go, we're going
Yesterday, you may remember, we had this old network jumping, tingling, throbbing, and languishing with a program of songs about love. Well, brethren and sisters, The subject of our sermon for today is the blues. And after the past hour's rehearsal of blues songs, there's practically a blue fog hanging over the whole studio. However, the idea is not to give you the blues this morning, but to help you get over them. If it happens that you've got an unruly case of pernicious mood indigo, here's our theme song for today. Sun is shining, no more pining, bye-bye blues. Who are those dignified-looking gentlemen in the front two rows of the studio?
Well, now, there's some big shots from the member stations that more or less carry this little program every morning, you know, and they're watching you.
They're watching me. They're listening to you.
No, they're...
I think we ought to give them a little attention to sort of, you know, they may go home and say, gee, he mentioned my name. Huh?
What do you say?
All right.
Okay.
Who are they, huh?
Well, there's Claire McCullough of WGAL, Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Right near the hometown.
Mm-hmm.
Claire McCullough. I'll bet he was. He probably went to school with.
Yes, sir. And there's Richard Shafto of WIS, Columbia, South Carolina.
Why, you all probably know him.
I does. He's a hunter from down around there. He hunts deer all the time.
Who
He's
else?
a southern boy.
Who else?
Nate Lord of WAVE, Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Another southern boy.
Yes,
Harold Wheelahan of WSMB in New Orleans.
Well, I know Harold, yes. I know
really?
Harold. Yes, sir. The old days of the club for us down in New Orleans.
Sure enough. And that's Stanley Hubbard of KSTP.
I know. He's from up in St. Paul, Minnesota, huh?
That's right.
Minneapolis? Where is it?
Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Well, St. Paul, Minneapolis. Well, it's Stan Hubbard. All right. Who
yes, you got it. Edgar Bell of WKY, Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah, I know Ed.
And Richard Lewis, KTAR, Phoenix, Arizona.
He's in the right spot out there, isn't he?
He certainly is. Sunshine, no rain.
Yeah.
Arden Pangburn of KGW, Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon.
Way
Pangborn. Oh, I remember him, sure. He has hair, too, hasn't he?
Does he? How about you?
I have hair, too. There's one bald head down. I don't know him.
Well, what do you think I ought to do for these fellows?
Anybody? Who are these men? Why are they here
Well,
in this
I'll
group?
tell you, they're the station's planning and advisory committee.
What is that in initials, Bill? SPAAC.
SPAAC, yes.
Well, it sounds like a very interesting group of gentlemen. But they're not smiling. I see Mr. Niles Trammell's down there. He's the president.
Golly.
He's the president of the National Broadcasting.
What can you tell me?
The president. He's smiling.
Better
But
cut
there's
out this talk.
The
He
third
won't
one from him isn't smiling, though, and what a head of no hair he has. Well, we better go on with our entertainment, and they'll take it up later.
Very good.
You know, early this week, Bill, we had the Alice Blue Gown, you know, that beautiful little song.
Wonderful.
Well, in order to fit this program, we switched it around. It's the Alice Gown Blues. I don't know what it means, but it's the Alice Gown Blues, and it's really a shame to do this to a song called Alice Blue Gown. Swingerettes and Glee Club, sing it.
Yes, sir.
This is the story about the Alice Gown Blues.
Her name was Alice.
Had a slinky gown, best in town.
She came from Dallas.
She was a talk of town, miles around.
She had no malice.
She was a killer down in Dallas town.
The gals were jealous.
The gals would hang around in red and brown.
And then they tell us.
One day they sold her gown and skipped the town. And now the gown can't be found. She's got the Alice
The
Gown
blues.
Blues. She had the sweetest, the neatest Alice Blue gown.
The gown's the talk of the town.
She wandered down in old Dallas town.
She wandered down to town.
And when she passed, they used to say on.
Say on.
And then she cooed and gently nodded.
She nods.
She's the belle of the town. She's the county pride. So she's the apple of her mother's eye.
And when she sees a boy, she'd smile, cute and coy.
She'd smile, she'd be so cute and coy.
And the world was a world filled with joy.
She was filled with joy. But the bad girl stole her gown. Now the boys don't hang around. Oh, she's got so sad, Alice Gown Blues.
She's got the blues.
This was the story about the Alice Gown
Now, way back in 1932, the bluiest of the Depression years, we were all singing the blues, and that was the year Harold Arlen wrote one of his classic blues songs titled, I've Got a Right to Sing the Blues. Well, the Depression's over, but the melody, as they say, lingers on. So here's blue-eyed Joanne Wheatley to sing, I've Got a Right to Sing the Blues. Al Canner's arrangement.
I don't care who knows I am blue. My song wouldn't take long to give my heart away. got a right to sit and cry down around the river. I know the deep blue sea will soon be calling me. It must be love, say what you choose. I got a right to sing the
The blues. Well, now it says here, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. And we really don't believe a word of it, but Johnny Mercer says so in the lyrics, and it's Harold Arlen's music, and it adds up to a mighty fine blues song. It's Blues in the Night. Ringwald's great arrangement for the Glee Club and the orchestra, Holly and Frank at the pianos, and Bob Evans in solos.
I got the blues in the My mama done told me when I was in knee pants. My mama done told me, son,
A woman who's sweet talk and give you the big eye.
but when the sweet talking's done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. Now the rains are falling, hear the trains are calling. My mama done told me, hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle. My mama done told me, don't take any clacks are echoing back the blues in the night.
The evening breeze will start the trees to crying, and the moon will hide its clouds. When you get the blues in the night, take my word, the mockingbird will sing that saddest kind of song. He knows things are wrong, and he's right.
From Memphis to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the four winds. I've been in some big towns and heard in some big bars.
But there is one thing I know.
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. What Mama done told me when I was in knee pants, what Mama done told me was right.
I think it was Emerson who said consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. Well, never let it be said that we have a little mind. Here we started out to do a whole program of blues songs, and now all of a sudden we're tired of the whole thing, and we've got a swell new song for you. It's an arrangement by Ringwald, and it's a song that has nothing whatever to do with the blues. It's from a weekend at the Waldorf. This is the first time we've done it, and we hope you'll like. And there you are, Gordon Goodman and the Glee Club. Ever stop to wonder why some songwriters write one or two good songs and then are never heard from again, while others, like Jerome Kern, for instance, go on year after year writing melodies that continually top your list of favorites? Well, maybe it's because the successful writers know enough to change their style as public taste and popular songs change. Now, I didn't mean this to be a lecture, but here's an example of what Jerome Kern was wowing them with back in 1921. It's the Blue Danube Blues, and it's from the show Good Morning Dearie. And we're doing it today because this is a blues program. I thought we better get back to our subject. Don't you think so, Bill?
I think that's a good
All right, this is the Blue Danube Blues. Now, we're presenting this vocally exactly as it was done in the show in 1921. Instrumentally, that's another thing.
'cause we know you got the blues.
Yep, yep, the blues, blue Danube blues. Hep, hep, we choose to lose the blues.
You gotta sing, you gotta swing to lose the blues.
Come on, let's sing, come on, let's swing the Danube blues.
That sweet old strain we hear again, the Danube blue, each note rang true for other ears in bygone years. So don't refuse when we do play the old blue Danube blues. That sweet old strain we hear again.
I'll never doubt you, how wonderful the Jews, with all the world for which to choose. Selected me to be the apple of your eye. I can't resist you, and that's the reason why I kissed you when the band was playing, the tender set you playing, the blue Danube blues. The bluest of the blues, the truest of the true. How wonderful a Jew draws me from the blue.
Come on and swing the blues.
Apple of my eye.
Come on and swing the blues.
You're the reason I want the band to play those old blues. They play the old blue Danube blues.
Jane Wilson has a guest here today. And he's Mayor Dunn of Montgomery, Alabama, and Howard Pill of WSFA in Montgomery. And that's all, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow, same time at Waring.
We really have more time than you think, Bill.
Who yelled at me and said that's all?
I didn't yell at you. I merely meant for you to tell them we're going to do the theme. Go ahead, boys. We have lots of time. Haven't we about a half a minute yet? Let's sing it.
I hear music.
You say Jane had a guest?
Yes, I'll mention again Mayor Dunn of Montgomery, Alabama, and Howard Pill.
We had to get the South in here again.
They're sitting right there. We better say something about it.
Tingle from your toes. In your beauty, I hear music.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
I hear
There's Assembly. For all you members of the American Armed Forces and your allies, a rebroadcast of the victory parade of Spotlight Bands.
Presenting in person and in the spotlight, Bobby Sherwood.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Army. This is Bobby Sherwood standing by for spotlight orders at Great Bend Army Air Base.
Okay, Bobby, here are the orders. You and your men are to take your stand in the city auditorium, man your positions, and fire away with music till midnight.
Yes, sir.
You're to commence firing with a bright and solid song.
Yes, sir.
Tain't me!
Yes, sir. Tain't me that you sigh those tender sighs too. Tain't me, but I wish that it could be. Tain't me that you tell your sweetest lies too. Tain't me, baby, that's so plain to see. I'll remain just the same. I won't complain, kind of feel that I'm to blame. Tain't me that your hungry heart cries out to. Tain't me, maybe someday could be me. Just the same, I won't complain, kind of feel that I'm to blame. Tain't me that your hungry heart cries out to. Tain't me, maybe someday could be me. Maybe someday could be me.
Now for our B-29 audience, an A1 song. Bobby Sherwood playing, Marcia Rice singing, He's Home for a Little While.
No need to tell, but it feels simply swell when he's close to me, where he's supposed to be. He's home for a little while. I live for his kiss. I hit the skies when he looks in my eyes, and my knees go weak with bliss. He's kinda changed, he's rather different
from the boy I used to know so long ago. Strange how much he says without a word, and when he holds my hand, I understand. I'm his, but forevermore. He's mine, mine alone. We'll have to part, but he's close to my heart. For a little while he's home. I'm his, but forevermore. He's mine, mine alone. We'll have to part, but he's close to my heart. For a little while he's home. For a little while he's home.
Romantic cross-country hop to a Bobby Sherwood tune, Sentimental Journey. Our target for tonight, Great Bend Army Air Base. Our mission, to please its officers and men. Our ammunition, music. And it's bombs away with the Bobby Sherwood tune, New World Jump.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
the swing and sway music of Sammy Kaye, rebroadcast especially for the American Armed Forces and their allies.
Billy Williams sings.
I don't want to love you. Please don't let me care. This heart of mine is leading me nowhere. If I only knew there was a chance that you could feel the way I do, how different it would be. But I don't want to kiss you, crazy as it seems. I'd just be getting deeper in my dreams. And if I'm not sure my dreams are your dreams too, then I don't want to love you like I do. Kiss you, crazy as it seems. I'd just be getting deeper in my dreams. And if I'm not sure my dreams are your dreams too, then I don't want to love you like I do. On the lonely side,
To tell us this story, here is lovely little Nancy Norman.
little on the lonely, a little on the lonely side. I keep thinking of you only and wishing you were by my side. You know, my dear, when you're not here, there's no one to romance with. So if I'm seen with someone else, it's just someone to dance with. Every letter that you send me, I read a dozen times or more. Any wonder that I love you more and more? Oh, how I miss your tender kiss and long to hold you tight. I'm a little on the lonely side tonight.
It could happen to you.
Lovely are these words sung by Sally Stewart.
Hide your heart from sight, lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars, or you might stumble. Someone drops a sigh, and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring, run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to
Billy Williams sings. I'm confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you, honest I do. Need you every moment. In your eyes I read such strange things, but your lips deny their truth. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying, can't we still be friends? If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All in life on you depends. Am I guessing that you love me? Dreaming dreams of you in vain. I'm confessing that I love you over again. Guessing that you love me, dreaming dreams of you in vain. I'm confessing that I love you over again. This heart of mine embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park, across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut trees, the wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's bright and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you. everything that's bright and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you. I'm making believe
bring us the words of this lovely song. Here is little Nancy Norman.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you.
Voices of Billy Williams and the 5 Cadets.
I miss your kiss, your soft, gentle touch. I miss you so much, my sweet. I miss your smile, that heavenly glow, a world that was so complete. I miss the joy we shared through the years, even the tears I cried over you. I miss your voice, the dreams I recall, but I miss your kiss most of all.
Joy we shared through the years, even the tears I cried over you.
I miss your voice, the dreams I recall,
but I miss your kiss most of all.
I miss your kiss. And then you kissed me. Such a lovely thought in these words, sung by little Nancy Norman.
I thought I knew the magic of you, and then you kissed me. Dear, when you kissed me, I simply stood there and gazed, completely amazed. I walked around, both feet on the ground, and then you kissed me. Dear, when you kissed me, I found myself on a cloud, away from the crowd. I had nothing to glow about. You came by. Now I know all there's to know about things like stars in the sky. I will confess, I thought for a while that you'd resist me. But then you kissed me, and now I
Down that old trail of memory with a page from our old and tattered dusty manuscripts. My Bill.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Around the world, wherever American servicemen and women are stationed, it's game time. Time for Sports Quiz. Welcome, everybody, to Sports Quiz, the lively question game which pits the fans against the experts. Questions from the men and women in service. Answers from 4 famous figures in the world of sports. And here's the man behind the plate, the man who'll call him right or wrong, the chief quizzer himself, Sergeant Mel Allen.
Thank you very much, Jack Costello. Hello, everybody. Well, we're all set to toss out the first question in what promises to be a close contest between the fans in service and the experts. 4 distinguished exponents of the national pastime will be swinging at the questions you've sent in from overseas, trying to meet your challenge. In addition, they're divided into 2 teams, the red and the blue, and will compete against each other to see which team can come up with the most correct replies. So you see, it's actually a doubleheader, the fans versus the experts, and the red against the blue. Now for the lineups, both packed with power. On my left is the red team, consisting of that former great catcher, now the keen and wise coach of the Cincinnati Reds, Hank Gowdy, and one of baseball's all-time top pitchers, Cincinnati's ever-popular Bucky Walters.
On my right is the combination carrying the blue colors, the peppery, eagle-eyed National League umpire, smiling Jocko Conlon, and the number one big league arbiter of all time, the one and only Bill Clem. Now, here are the rules of the game, gentlemen. All questions have a point value fair to both sides. These points will be awarded at the end of each question and tabulated by our staff. Each team receives credit for as much of the question as it answers. The team that winds up with the highest total of points is declared the winner, and the prize is just that good old-fashioned pride in winning. Now, if you fail to answer correctly, I ring the bell on you like this, and the question is then thrown to the other team for an opportunity to pick up extra points. All right? That's the way we play, and now, gentlemen, let's play. Starting off with the Walters-Gowdy team, Bucky Walters, Hank Gowdy, an easy teaser from the Central Pacific. Baseball dugout parlance is quite colorful, and Sergeant Eli Friedman would like to have you define the following expressions. This is a 4-point question in 4 parts. Number 1, cousin.
An easy fellow to hit.
That's right, Mr. Gowdy. Number 2, barber.
A good talker.
A good talker. All right. Number 3, strawberry.
That's what you get when you slide into a base sometimes and hit the dirt kind of hard, and it rubs the skin off your hide.
You had me frightened there for a moment, Mr. Walters. That's absolutely right. It would have been a little bit more to the point had I been frightened. All right, rabbit ears.
Easy to hear.
That's a fella that can hear all the little barbs that's thrown at him from all directions.
That's
Kind of
absolutely
burns him.
right. I suppose there are a lot of those in baseball, aren't there, Mr. Walters?
Well, there's a few of them.
Well, that's a very good answer. 4 points for the team of Bucky Walters and Hank Gowdy. And just to be ornery, Messrs. Clem and Conlon, we've chosen as your first puzzler one that has absolutely nothing to do with baseball. And it comes at the suggestion of Corporal Robert White. Now, this question is about receptacles in sports. Your task is to name the sport or games which require the following number of receptacles. For example, if I said one receptacle, your answer would be the game of tiddlywinks. All right? This is a 3-point question with 3 parts to it. First of all, what sport requires 18 receptacles?
Baseball.
Now, I'll let you think about that a moment. Then move along. Why would you say baseball?
9 on each side.
Well, no, receptacles, I mean a little circular object of some kind that will hold the ball that's used in the play of the particular type of sport. Now, suppose I said...
Golf.
Golf, that's right. Bill Clem came up with the right answer. 18 receptacles, the sport would be golf. I never saw the 19th hole, Mr. Clem, but they say that's a good one to play.
I've played it many a time.
You got a lot of company, too.
That usually is the most enjoyable one of the whole round, isn't it?
Always.
All right, number 2. Two receptacles. What sport would that be? I give you a hint by telling you that there's one at each end of a court.
Tennis.
No. I think you misunderstand the question. The idea is you take the ball or some similar object that's used in the sport, and you either bat it into a hole or throw it into a hole, as the case may be.
Basketball.
Basketball, that's right. All right, now, this last one. 6 receptacles. You should be able to get that one's a favorite sport on a rainy day.
No help from the audience, please.
The answer is, I can tell you this, the answer is the same as that which you dive into when you want to cool off sometime.
Swimming pool.
Well, that's half right. Pool is partly right. Now, if you can just come up with the right answer right quick, then I'll... 6 receptacles.
billiard table.
That's right, absolutely
billiard
right,
pool
Mr.
table.
Clem. Well, we give you 3 points. We sort of had to drag it out a little bit, but we finally got all of them out. All right?
Well, we didn't lose anything.
Moving along now to the team of Bucky Walters and Hank Gowdy once again. Sergeant Lee Barron of the European Theater of Operations reminds us, gentlemen, that in 1944, there were 4 pitchers in the National League who achieved the goal of all pitchers, and that is the winning of 20 or more games a season.
There's Mort Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals.
That's right.
Bucky Walters.
Bucky Walters is right, Hank Gowdy.
Bill Voisell, the New York Giants.
Right.
And Rip Sewell, Pittsburgh Pirates.
Absolutely right. Good for 4 points. Bucky Walters, incidentally, topped them all in total victories with 23. Very nice pitching performance. Walters won 23, Morton Cooper 22, Sewell and Voisell 21 each. All right. Now to the team of Conlon and Clem. Gentlemen, baseball fans always like to come up with a query they think will stump the diamond experts. Well, here is one that Private Murray Steinberg of the Mediterranean Theater figures might cause you gentlemen a bit of trouble. However, I have a hunch you can dispose of this challenge with comparative ease. He says a batter hits a ball over the fence in fair territory for what appears to be a home run. Now then, says Private Steinberg, there are at least 4 ways by which the batter can be deprived of that home run. He hit the ball over the fence in fair territory, but there are 4 ways, at least 4 ways, in which you can deprive him or take that home run away from him. For 4 points, what are those 4 ways?
Passing a runner.
That's one, Mr. Clem. Passing a runner on the base paths.
Missing first base.
Or
base.
Or any base.
And called for
That's
decision
right.
made by the umpire.
That's right, Mr. Conlon. That's
Stepping
2.
out of the batter's box.
Stepping out or having his feet out of the batter's box as he
Hitting
hits
the ball illegally.
That's right. You have 3. Now one more. There's one other. You have 3 points. Failure to touch one of the bases. Passing a runner on the base paths. Having hit the ball with illegally, see, out of the batter's box.
Batting out of turn.
That's right, Mr. Conlon. Batting out of turn is the 4th one, and 4 points for your team. Good answer. I'd like to ask you, gentlemen, have you ever found any of those situations cropping up in games that you've umpired?
I wound up to pitch, and the umpire called time. And, of course, I didn't know whether to just stop my motion or let the ball go. But anyway, I lobbed the ball up there, and old Russell at Pittsburgh, and he burns up easy anyhow. He wound up and hit one up in the bleachers, but it didn't count. You ought to have seen that neck of his swell up. Somebody said, stick a pin in your neck, Rip, and let the blood out.
Speaking about the home run hitter, I had the question put to me a few years ago in reference to a batter hitting a ball, and he dropped dead going from third to home, and he asked me what he was.
What was he, Mr. Clem?
Well, I said, to me, he's a dead man. I said, did that ever occur? He says it could, Mr. Clem. Well, I said, when it comes up, you get me on the telephone. You and I'll decide what it was.
Well, I don't know how you could decide that one.
Substitute a runner for him.
Incidentally, Mel, that play that Bucky Walters brought up about Russell hitting it, I happen to be one of the umpires in the ball game.
Is that so, Jocko? Who was Frankie Zach, the Pittsburgh?
Zach was the runner at first base, and he asked for time to tie his shoe. And I understand DeRocher sent Frankie Fish a pair of pearl button shoes so he wouldn't have to tie them.
Well, that'd be enough to burn anybody up, I suppose. Well, thank you very much. Moving back to the team of Gowdy and Walters now. And gentlemen, everyone likes a mystery. And so we're about to toss a whodunit at you for a quick solution. I'll read statements involving certain baseball highlights and records which have been carved into diamond history. And you tell me who done it. This is an 8-point question. 4 parts to it. First of all, who done it? His stellar all-around play won for him the 1944 National League Most Valuable Player Award.
It's Marty Marion of St. Louis Cardinals.
That's right, Marty Marion, brilliant shortstop of the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, part 2, who done it? His brilliant pitching earned him the National League's Most Valuable Player Award in 1939.
I would say it was Bucky Walters.
Well, I don't blame you because you'd be absolutely right. It was Bucky Walters. All right. Bucky, incidentally, don't want to embarrass him here, but he also led the league pitchers in the league with the lowest earned run average in 1939 and also in 1940.
I was afraid you were going to speak about his batting then for a minute.
Bucky can hit one now and then, can't you, Bucky?
Once in a while, I get a cousin. Once every 2 years.
How many home runs have you ever hit as a pitcher, Bucky?
Oh, I've hit a couple. I think I missed last year. I usually get one. I hang one in there somewhere.
He hit one in the World Series one time and against Detroit, and he's still talking about it.
That's something to talk about. That was a good World Series, too. The 1940 World Series, I recall. Won 7 games. Bucky, while we're talking about you, how long have you been pitching now? You started out as an infielder, didn't you?
I've been pitching. 35 was my first year pitching, Mel. I was an infielder for 7 years before that.
Who made you decide to change over to pitching?
Well, I guess it was a thought of going back to minor leagues, and Jimmy Wilson being a catcher over there and one of the best in the business, I was mighty glad to start with him. Philadelphia Nationals.
Did Jimmy put the idea in your head, or did you have the idea yourself? Or
well, yes, he was the one that brought the matter up. He thought I could do all right, and I said, well, I'll take a chance on it.
Hey, you've done pretty fair.
He certainly has. All right, let's move along. Who done it? His great hitting in 1928's World Series resulted in the all-time high mark for World Series batting average.
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth. That's right, Mr. Gowdy. He hit .625.
Of course, if you'd asked me who's second in all time, I might answer that.
Who is second?
Happens to be myself.
As a matter of fact, Hank Gowdy led the big leagues with the highest batting mark ever compiled in a World Series until Babe Ruth surpassed it in 1928. Ruth's mark, .625, and Hank Gowdy's mark was .545. Lou Gehrig came along to tie you a little bit later at .545, Mr. Gowdy. And that's real good company. Hank Gowdy, Babe Ruth, and Lou Gehrig. By the way, I did a little research and discovered that you got that average. You got 6 hits and 11 times at bat. You remember what they were?
Yeah.
Not for points, but just for enlightenment.
He would never forget it.
Jack O'Connell tell you.
3 two-base hits, 1 single, 1 three-base hit, and 1 home run.
That's right.
Oh, I love to talk about that. Let's keep on talking about it.
All right, let's talk about it. That happened in 1914 in that World Series. You were the Boston Braves then?
That's right, Boston National League team.
That's the team that came up from last place after the 4th of July and swept for the pennant. And then what'd you do in the World Series?
Oh, we didn't do bad either. We won 4 straight games. Incidentally, that was the first time that had ever been accomplished in the World Series. Bill was one of the umpires in it.
Yes, sir. I remember him, Mel, when he was a scoreboard boy, 12, 14-year-old, when I was a young umpire. I hate to tell you how long ago that was because it make Henry an old man.
Which he is.
All right, let's move along now to get the last part of this question. Who done it? Another World Series record held by Babe Ruth is that of having hit the most doubles in a 4-game World Series. That record is held by Babe Ruth jointly with a player who first set the record. Who was that?
Waller? Oh, you got me on that one.
I don't know.
Right?
I got it.
We'll have to ring the bell on you. Who was it, Mr. Conlon?
Frank Isabel with the White Sox.
No, I'm sorry, you're wrong.
He hit 4 doubles in the World Series in Chicago.
When was that?
Oh, I believe 1906.
Well, I'm talking about in a 4-game World Series.
I'm talking about 4 doubles in 1 game.
Well, the question
Question again, please.
One of the World Series records held by Ruth is that of having hit the most doubles in a 4-game series. And that record is held by Babe Ruth jointly with the player who first set the record. Supposedly, Hank Gowdy in 1914.
No, that is incorrect. I did not hit 4 doubles.
No, you hit 3 doubles.
3 doubles.
That's right. I say in a 4-game series.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give the team of Gowdy and Walters 3 points. Rather, 6 points out of a potential 8 on that one. By the way, there's the whistle. That's the halfway mark, gentlemen. And now as the second half gets underway, as we look at the scoreboard, the score is a bit misleading at this point because the team of Walters and Gowdy have had one more opportunity to answer a question than has the team of Clem and Conlon, but they'll have a chance to make that up right now. And so at halftime, the score stands 14-7 in favor of the Walters-Gowdy team against Conlon and Clem. But now, gentlemen, and I'm talking about the team of Clem and Conlon, you got a chance to catch up right here. By the way, before I go any further, Mr. Conlon, I'm going to check after the broadcast on the statements you made. Now, we're not infallible. As you say, who was it made 4 doubles in 1 game on World Series?
Frank Isabel, Chicago White Sox.
I'm going to check on that, and
Against the Cubs,
how long ago was that?
1906.
1906.
Well, who did done it, Mel?
Hank Gowdy, according to our records.
Oh.
In the most doubles in a 4-game series, but I'll check on that. All right, a baseball challenge for Clem and Conlon that should especially excite your memory, Mr. Clem. We say that without prejudice to you, Mr. Conlon, and you're at liberty to answer as well as Mr. Clem. I'll give you the names of managers, big league managers, who opposed each other in past World Series. And from that, you must tell me what teams were playing. This is a 10-point question. Your big chance. You've got a lot of points here now. Number 1, Frank Chance versus Huey Jennings. What teams played that World Series?
That was the World Series of 1908.
That's absolutely right, and
And incidentally, that's the first World Series that I ever umpired in.
Is that right, Mr. Clem? 1908?
Yes, sir.
What were the teams involved?
Detroit, and the Detroit Tigers and the Chicago Cubs.
And the Cubs won that series, 4-1. They
Yes, sir.
met.
In the deciding game, the score was one of the games the score was 1-0. And the run that scored was hit out of the ballpark. And we had a ground rule in that game, of 2 bases into the crowd.
The ball was hit into the crowd.
This ball was hit over the fence, and the Detroit club made a long argument about it. So much so that I was forced to draw the line on Huey Jennings.
And when Mr. Clem says he's forced to draw the line, he really means that. He'd draw a line, and
you're not kidding either.
They dared step across that line is out of the ball game. Is that right, Mr. Clem? Did he ever draw the line on you, Hank?
Yes, indeed.
What was the object? That if you crossed that line, you were automatically out of the game?
You didn't dare not only cross it, don't step on it either.
All right.
That was just Bill's pet little ways of stopping the discussion about anything.
You just draw the line. When he drew the line, that meant just might as well give up and go back to work.
That's right.
All right. What teams were playing when George Stallings opposed Connie Mack?
Well, that's the big series, 1914.
That's right, 1914. And the teams?
The Braves, the Boston Braves, and the Athletics of Philadelphia.
That's right, as we've already talked about a moment ago, in which the Braves beat the Athletics in 4 straight games.
Yes.
All right. Ed Barrow versus Fred Mitchell. A lot of people don't recall Ed Barrow as a manager. They always figure him as the general manager and president of the New York Yankees, but a few years back, Ed Barrow opposed Fred Mitchell in the World Series.
It's 1918.
That's right, Mr.
World
Conlon.
War with Boston, Red Sox.
That's right. Ed Barrow managed the Boston Red Sox against the team managed by Fred Mitchell.
Chicago Cubs.
Chicago Cubs, that's
Right.
absolutely right. The Red Sox beat the Cubs 4 games out of 6. That's good teamwork.
I umpired in that series for practically nothing because of the war condition.
You mean they didn't pay you for umpiring, Mr.
We
Clint?
had to volunteer. We volunteered because of the something of war charity of some kind.
Oh, I see.
I hope that don't happen this year.
You got a chance to be in there this year, Mr. Conlon? You were alternate last year.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Putting you on the spot. Didn't mean to do that. All right, let's move along to part 4. Rogers Hornsby versus Miller Huggins. What World Series was that one?
New York Yankees and the Cardinals.
That's right, 1926.
26.
And the Cardinals won that series 4 games to 3. And the last game went 10 innings when Jess Haynes beat Wade Hoyt 3-2. And they say that that's one of the best series of all time, that one.
I recall that. I was behind the plate in the last game, and they sent for Alexander in the bullpen to strike out the famous
Lazzari.
Tony Lazzari.
Right.
That must have been a thrilling moment in the history of baseball right then and there.
They've wrote many a story about that.
Yes,
ever
sir.
since.
If I can interrupt a moment, I'd like to say that if you recall any World Series game that was ever played since the beginning and the raising of the Ark on the good world of ours, well, you can remember that Bill Clem was one of the umpires.
You're right about that. He umpired more World Series than any other umpire ever has. I think we ought to give Bill a nice round of applause for that. Bill McKechnie versus Del Baker. That's the last one.
1940s. Cincinnati Reds, Detroit Tigers. I was in that series.
That's right.
That happens to be the last World Series that I umpired.
That's right. In 1940, the Reds
They closed the book after that.
the Reds won
Well,
out.
they closed the book on me, right?
The Reds won out in that series 4 games to 3. And that should be one that you remember quite well, Bucky. And
Yes,
Hank.
sir. We was on the winning end, too.
On the
And I can
winning end
say,
of that.
Bill, that was a great job you done as usual.
Thank you.
Well, Bill always has. There'll never be another one like Bill Clem. All right, our time is slipping by, and we move along to the team of Gowdy and Walters. You gentlemen have demonstrated that you're pretty well up on your baseball lore. Now let's try you out on other sports. As you know, there are certain games that have definite time limits set on them. From that premise, you must tell us to what games the following 3 time limits apply. First, 40 minutes.
Basketball.
All right, 60 minutes.
Football?
That's right, or hockey, or
Hockey,
polo, or lacrosse. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. 6-point question. Each part good for 2 points. What sport has a time limit of 90 minutes on it? You kick the thing around a little.
Soccer.
Soccer, that's right. Okay. And 6 full points for Gowdy and Walters. All right, back to the diamond, Messrs. Clem and Conlon. I'm going to, well, we'll skip that just for a moment. I'm going to go down to this question for you. Our time is running out. I'm going to name several towns and cities famous for certain sports events annually held within its confines during normal times. As I name the town, you name the big sport event held there. Louisville.
Kentucky Derby.
That's right. Indianapolis.
A 50-mile, 500-mile automobile race.
That's absolutely right. And Poughkeepsie.
the rowing event.
That's right, the annual Poughkeepsie Regatta.
Regatta,
and that's
yes.
3 good points for the team of Clem and Conlon. And now, gentlemen, we've got left approximately a moment or so. And in that moment, I'm going to fire away at both teams. Incidentally, our score is all tied up right now at 20 each.
Incidentally, we have 2 more points coming.
Why?
You said that was the last question before this was a 10-point question, and we got 8 first.
That's my partner talking.
You missed part of it, didn't
And
you?
those guys are never wrong,
Mel. There was a 7 on the board, and he added 10.
Made
17.
Well, I think that's right.
I checked on. I've been watching that scoreboard too, John.
I apologize.
That's all right. All right.
We accept your apology.
That's the way to do when you're in the middle of this thing. We got a few seconds left to go. I'm going to fire away at both teams alternately, at one team at a time here, with nicknames of sports personalities until our time runs out, and we'll have the whistle blown on us. As I give you the nickname, tell me to what sports figure the name belongs. Each one counts 1 point. We'll start with the team of Wallers and Gowdy, then back to the team of Clem and Conlon, back and forth till the final whistle blows on us. First, the peerless leader.
Frank Chance.
Frank Chance, that's right. The Iron Man.
Joe McGinnity.
Joe McGinnity, there, all right, or Lou Gehrig. The Greek Adonis. In wrestling, I'll give you
Jim
that.
Londas.
Jim Londas, that's right. All right, Big Six.
Christy Mathewson.
Right, Mr. Clem. All right, back to the team of Wallers and Gowdy. The Flying Dutchman.
Wagner.
Hans Wagner, all right. Over here to Conlon and Clem, Ducky Wucky.
Medwick.
Medwick, that's right.
That's my partner.
All right, over to the team of Wallers and Gowdy, Beans.
Raridan.
Beans Reardon, all
Great
right. He's
umpire,
National
too.
League umpire. And Dolly.
Dolly Stark.
Dolly Stark, another National League umpire who has since retired from the game of umpiring. Goofy.
Gomez.
Gomez, that's right. Dummy.
Dummy Taylor.
Right. Little Napoleon.
McGraw.
John McGraw. And the old arbitrator.
William J. Clem.
That's absolutely right. Thank you very much.
It's an even match.
That's the final whistle, gentlemen. The game's over, so stand by for the final score. The final score is a dead heat. 26-26. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Really a good game. Much obliged to all of you. You turned in really a swell performance, and we're grateful to each of you. Hank Gowdy, Bucky Wallers, Jocko Conlon, and Bill Clem. Now until next week, this is Sergeant Mel Allen, wishing you all so long and good luck. This is the Armed Forces Radio
Hiya, fellas. It's Yank Bandstand.
Bandstand, owned and operated by the service bands of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And today, passing in review, the music of a band from the Army Ground and Service Forces Redistribution Station, Santa Barbara, California. I can't believe that you're in love with me. Oh, nothing personal, fellas, but according to Sarge Al Taylor, the man in charge of the band, that's the title of the first tune. So, here it is. And now, fellas, I'd like you to meet a man who answers roll call to the name of Sarge Eddie Robinson. His official job with the band is that of bass slapper, but Eddie takes time off from the bass to do a vocal with the band. Yank Bandstand presents Sarge Eddie Robinson singing She's My Pretty.
My pretty as the dawn after the rain. I've a funny glow I can't explain, and she's mine. She's my pretty as a rose dripping with dew, wins you with a smile. What can you do? She's all mine. puts on her gingham dress and makes a mess, 'cause she knows nothing about cooking. Dressed up in party clothes, she'll kiss my nose if she thinks no one's looking. She's my pretty as the dawn after the rain. I've a funny glow I can't explain, and she's mine. She's my pretty.
Thanks, Eddie Robinson. It's Yank Bandstand, fellas, with today's band on the stand, Sarge Al Taylor and his boys from Santa Barbara. Oh, I should have said boys and girl from Santa Barbara, 'cause there's a gal about to sing. Meet Miss Jean Osborne, the band's torch singer, who does a bit of swinging on her own to the tune of The One I Love.
The one I love belongs to somebody else. He means his tender songs for somebody else. Now even when he has his arms around me, I know his thoughts are strong for somebody else. The hands I hold belong to somebody else. And you can bet they're not so cold to somebody else. It's tough to be alone on a shelf, but it's worse to fall in love by yourself when the one you love belongs to somebody else.
Thanks, Gene. Say, fellas, as we've mentioned many times before, Yank Bandstand is a GI affair. Your requests are welcome, so send them along to Yank Bandstand, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And now, Sarge Al Taylor takes over for a 2-minute and 10-second session of the old but good one, Together. know we haven't got time to play it all the way through, fellas, but as long as there's a minute and 30 seconds to go, how about a chorus of the trolley song? According to the way I read the clock, Yank Bandstand is about to fold up for a bit. But before you know it, there'll be another service band on the stand, a service band from the Army, Navy, Marines, or Coast Guard. Today's band, the band of the Army Ground and Service Forces Redistribution Station, Santa Barbara, California. And so, till next time, this is Shirley Masters, adding the last 7 words to Yank Bandstand, which read, "This is the Armed Forces Radio Service."
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood.
Just a minute, Ken, before we get to Shady Lane Avenue. I'd like you to meet your guest band for tonight. Gay Claridge. All right, Gay. A little Granada, please.
weekly visit with our neighbors, the Bumpsteads of Shady Lane Avenue. Alexander is telling Dagwood while Dagwood is dressing this morning.
Well, you say there's something wrong with your mother, huh?
That's right, Pop. She's acting a little, I don't like to say it, wacky.
Yeah, huh? Well, I've known her to act that way before.
Yeah, but you know how Mom always hustles and bustles around in the morning getting us fed and out of the house?
Oh, sure, it's been like that for years.
Well, this morning it's different.
Yeah, what's she doing?
Loafing.
Yeah, holy smoke.
She looked very dreamy.
She did? Well, maybe she's still asleep, huh?
No, she was reading something in the paper. She had that long ago and far away look in her eyes, as if she were listening to Sinatra.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, let's go downstairs and have a look at this.
Yeah, Pop.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I think you'd better give it your earnest consideration.
Yeah, Hey, what kind of talk is that?
We're having business letters in school.
Oh, yeah.
There she is over by the window.
Oh. Good morning, Blondie.
What?
I said good morning, Blondie.
Oh, it's you. Good morning, dear.
What were you reading, honey?
I don't know that you would understand it, Dagwood. It's a poem.
A poem? Oh, I like poems, Blondie. I know a cute one, too. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Of all the fishes in the seas, I think I like the pranny. He climbs up on the seaweed trees and slides down on his hands and knees.
Yeah, that's pretty sharp stuff, Pop.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Dagwood, that is not a poem. It has no meaning. It doesn't stir you like this poem by T.S. Bard.
Yeah, well, let's hear it then. What's it called, huh?
It's called You.
Yeah, is that the title, You?
Yes, doesn't it do something to you?
Yes, it does. It confuses me. How does the rest of it go?
The earth is breathing now, bright stirrings dark within a magic park. And thou, thy all is weeping for me, from the distant nearness of my secret heart. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What's it all about?
I was afraid it wouldn't mean anything to you. No, I don't get it either, Mom. You're not expected to understand it yet, Alexander.
When am I expected to understand it?
I don't know, Dagwood, perhaps never. I don't say that I completely understand it myself.
Well, no, it really doesn't make sense, Blondie.
But all I know is that when I read those words over, well, it thrills me.
Huh?
It sends little shivers up and down my spine.
Oh, my.
And sort of sweeps me away like a tremendous tidal wave. Holy smoke!
Yeah, that goes double for me.
I can't help wondering what sort of a man T.S. Bard is.
If he writes that kind of poetry, he must be poor.
Perhaps so, but proud and noble.
Yeah.
And I imagine he wears tweeds and likes to take long walks in the rain.
Blondie, open your eyes.
Oh, well.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's our breakfast, Blondie?
Oh, I haven't fixed it yet.
Huh?
There was something in the air this morning, and I just didn't think I could stand having a pair of fried eggs staring up at me.
And thou, thy all is weeping for me from the distant nearness of my secret heart.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of it, Mr. Dithers?
It's crummy with a capital K. Do people get paid for this sort of mouth gargle?
Yeah, I guess so, J.C.
Oh, and I've been working all my life.
You know, Blondie takes it very seriously, Mr. Dithers. Well, it's got me sort of worried.
Well, I know what it is, Dagwood. The wife of a friend of mine had the same thing.
Did she eventually get over it?
I never found out. She ran away with a gypsy.
It sounds dangerous, but maybe she just liked violin playing, huh? Well, I guess I don't have to worry about Blondie.
Well, don't forget this T.S. barred bird. From what you said, Blondie could very easily get interested in him.
Yeah, that's right, but, well, my goodness, well, what do you think I ought to do, Mr. Dithers?
How should I know?
Well, what would you do if Cora got the same thing?
Advertise for a gypsy. Now, wait a minute. I know how we can find out something.
Yeah?
We'll test the poem out on Dimples. I'll buzz for her.
Oh, that's a swell idea. And then we'll see if it's really potent. Shall I read to her?
Are you kidding? I'll read it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's my wet-headed secretary now. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Dithers.
Good morning, Dimples. Dimmy, I want to read a poem to you.
You mean you want to read it to me right in front of Mr. Bumstead and everything?
Oh, yes. Now, just relax and listen to this. It's called You, a You, a You.
Gosh, that's wonderful.
No, that's not the whole poem. That's just the title.
It's sort of gets me.
Yeah, it sort of gets me, too. Sort of gets me no place.
Well, here's the poem, Dimples. The earth is breathing now. Bright stirrings dark within a magic part. And thy all is weeping for me from the distant nearness of my heart, my secret heart. Oh, brother.
Yeah, you know, Now, you see there, Mr. Dithers, it really rots them off their trolley.
What's the matter with you?
I can't help it. That poem makes me feel so wonderful. I just got to cry.
All right, Dimples. You can go back to your desk now. Don't cry over your typewriter either. I don't want it to get any rustier than it is.
You don't want to dictate any letters? Any telegrams? Not even any postal cards?
No, we're not alone. But you can lean over. I'll wipe your tears away.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Dithers.
There we are. You can go now.
Goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
Now, did you see that, Mr. Dithers? Why, it's awful. That poem ought to be banned.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That drool certainly seems to pack a terrific wallop.
Yeah, well, what do you think I ought to do?
Oh, just see if Blondie doesn't get over it by herself. But in the meantime...
Yes?
Keep her away from gypsies.
Blondie!
Oh, hello, Dagwood.
Oh, hello, honey. What are we having for dinner?
I haven't any idea, Dagwood.
Oh, no, now, Blondie, please. Are you trying to starve us to death?
Of course not, Dagwood. I just thought we'd eat out tonight. I didn't feel like cooking today.
You didn't?
Mm-mm.
What did you do today?
Oh, I did a little reading and wrote a letter.
Mm-hmm. You were reading poetry?
Yes, of course. And I ran across another simply beautiful poem by T.S. Bard.
Yeah.
It's right here in last week's paper.
Holy smoke, another one, Blondie? These poems are dangerous. They may be habit-forming.
Who cares?
Well, I do, for one. Hey, what's this poem about, huh?
Well, I don't know, but it's lovely. It's called Thing.
Thing?
Yes. Thing.
Yeah.
Along the shadowed, empty path of forgotten songs, my soul and I together, and yesterday's hours lie like fallen leaves, to wither and waste away on the compost pile of memories. Oh, doesn't he make words become alive and sing? Each line is so full of deep emotional meaning.
Oh, is it now, Blondie? Yeah, I know I'm not a poet, but I can't be that dumb.
Well...
I'll see who it is.
Well, it's just me, Dagwood. And here's Gay Claridge and the band coming to call. And Blondie, listen closely to Jack Milton, and I'm Making Believe. Okay.
Incidentally, Blondie, who did you write the letter to today, huh?
I wrote to T.S. Bard.
Well, I'm glad they... The poet?
Yes. I invited him to lecture on poetry to the Women's Club. And I sort of want to meet him personally, too.
Blondie, now why did you do it?
Well, I was told that today would be a good day for making new friends.
Who told you that?
A gypsy fortune teller. Alexander, why hasn't your father come down to breakfast yet?
I think he's afraid to, Mom. You know, today is the day that baloney salesman is arriving.
That what is arriving?
Oh, excuse me, but that's how Pop usually refers to that poet.
Baloney salesman? Well, he'd better be afraid to come downstairs.
Pop's been very worried ever since the morning you found that first poem by T.S. Bard. I can tell because he's been off his feed.
Yes, I know, Alexander. During the last week, he only got up 3 times in the middle of the night to make a sandwich. Alexander, does your father think I'm secretly in love with Mr. Bard?
No, he doesn't think it's much of a secret.
Well, even you're old enough to know how silly that is.
Cookie's in love with him.
Cookie is?
Yeah, she's been listening to you read his poems and she thinks it's pretty heavenly stuff.
Oh, it is, too.
It really sends you, huh?
Oh, yes, it sort of it gives me a good deal of pleasure. But as far as being interested in Mr. Bard, it's ridiculous.
Pop doesn't think so.
Well, he ought to meet Mr. Bard. Maybe he could learn to appreciate poetry. Say, as a matter of fact, I think I'll have him pick Mr. Bard up at the bus station when he comes in. Then we can all meet for lunch, and I'll take him to the club meeting.
Shh, here he comes, Mom.
Good morning, Dagwood.
Good morning, huh? You could fool me.
Dagwood, are you still worried about Mr. Bard? Oh, dear. I'm surprised at you.
Well, I'm not surprised at me.
Oh, come on now. Sit down and eat your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. Doggone it. Well, today's the big thrill for you, I guess, huh?
Oh, Dagwood, I've never even seen T.S. Bard, so how could he mean anything to me? I just admire him greatly because I know he has a wonderful genius. A genius for expressing the unspoken beauty of life and living and love.
Well, it's that last part that worries me.
Well, I want you to meet him, Dagwood. That's why you're going to be at the bus station at 12:05 when he comes in.
Blondie, I absolutely refuse, and that's final.
You'll be there, Dagwood.
Yes, dear.
You can take Mr. Bard to the Palace Hotel, and I'll meet you there for lunch. And Dagwood, when you meet him...
Yes, dear?
Don't you dare call him a baloney salesman.
Oh, please, Mr. Dithers, you've got to come along with me when I meet this poet. I may need you for protection.
Get up off your knees, Bumstead. This is disgusting.
Yeah, well, will you come along then?
Of course not. You think I want to meet the author of that ridiculous goo?
Yeah, but someone's got to hold me back. Someone's got to keep me from shredding him up like breakfast food.
Oh, go ahead and shred him up. Might improve the poems.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to settle this whole thing with this T.S. Bard. One of us is going to take an awful beating. Gosh, I hope it isn't me. Oh, ha-ha, gee, I must have missed him. He didn't get off that bus. Ha-ha, how too bad. Yeah, there's only that girl here in the waiting room.
Are you looking for someone?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
Could I be the person you're looking for?
I'm afraid not. I'm looking for a man named T.S. Bard.
Are you sure I wouldn't do?
Yes, you do, but you're not the man I'm looking for. I mean the fella I would... I'll see you later.
Well, my name's T.S. Bard.
Huh? Well, I don't care what your name is. It's what?
T.S. Bard. T for Theodora, S for Silver Lake, and Bard for Bard. But you can call me Tessie.
Yeah, well, I'm Dumbwood. Dagwood.
Dagwood, do you like my poetry?
Oh, I'm crazy about it.
You know, you're awfully nice, Mr. Bumstead.
Well, come on. Let's you and me go over to the Palace Hotel for lunch, huh?
Do you mind if I take your arm?
Oh, do whatever you want to do with it. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you.
My, this is a nice, cozy place to have lunch.
Yeah. Do you mind not sitting quite so close to me, please?
Well, I certainly do mind.
Oh, you're the girl who wrote that poetry, all right. Oh, my. I wonder where Blondie is.
Oh, say, Dagwood, who's this middle-aged wolf coming over here? Look at him licking his chops.
Hello, Dagwood, old man. Oh, I didn't see you had company. Wow. Yes?
Goodbye, Mr. Dithers.
I thought you were going to meet that drip who drooled out that worst verse. You certainly fooled me.
Yeah.
Aren't you going to introduce me to the lovely young lady?
Yes, Mr. Dithers, I am. This is the drip, Mr. Dithers, Miss Bard.
How do you do?
Miss Bard?
Yeah, that's right, J.C.
That's tackle. What are you hatching this time? Vitamin pills? So, you're the author of You. I can't tell you how that stirred me.
Goodbye, Mr. Dithers, unless you want to stay and pick up the check.
You talked me into it. Scoot over, Bumstead.
Huh? Oh, yes, okay.
Oh, there you are, Dagwood.
Oh, hello, honey.
Hello, Mr. Dithers.
Hello.
Well, whose is this?
Yeah, Blondie, it gives me great pleasure to present Miss T.S. Bard.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Bumstead? I'm delighted to meet you.
Oh.
Yeah, well, hey, Blondie, what do you think? Mr. Dithers is taking us all to lunch.
Oh, how nice of you, Mr. Dithers.
Yes, I fell for the bait. And I'll do it again. And love it.
Hey, Blondie, I kind of imagine you and Miss Bard have a lot about the poems you'd like to talk over. Now, just go right ahead.
I'm really flattered that you were so interested in my verse, Mrs. Bumstead.
Oh, well, I think they're very nice, and that's why I wanted you to talk to our women's club about them. Oh.
I'm crazy about your lines, too. They have such a wonderful lilt and swing to them.
Yeah, well, Blondie thought that they, what was it, Blondie? That they expressed the unspoken duty of life and living and love.
Oh, please, Dagwood, we can talk about it later.
Yeah, okay, honey. Let's see. Oh, yes, you're buying the lunch, aren't you, Mr. Dithers?
Don't rub it in.
You know, folks, I've suddenly got a terrific appetite. Yeah, I think I'll order something with a sandwich in it. Oh, boy.
Here comes Mom home, Pop. Now she can fix dinner.
Oh, swell. How does she look? Sad or happy?
She looks like she hasn't decided yet.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mom.
Hello, Alexander.
Yeah, hello, Blondie.
Hello, dear. Well, it was quite a surprise, wasn't it?
Yes, a very pleasant surprise.
I suppose so.
Did you drive Miss Bard to the bus station?
No, Mr. Dithers did.
Yeah, oh, I might have known it. Yeah, but what about Mrs. Dithers?
Mr. Dithers tried to get away without her, but the last I saw, she was hanging onto the trunk rack of their car.
Yeah. Okay, Blondie, there's a new T.S. Bard poem in tonight's paper.
Oh.
It's called Loving Hatred.
Oh, now, Dagwood, you don't have to be so mean about it.
Well, I think I deserve a little revenge.
Well, I don't. Oh, now take it easy, folks. Don't start one of those arguments.
Alexander, we're not arguing. This is only a discussion.
That's my little wife. Every day I gotta go through something like this.
Oh, I gotta do something.
Every day.
Hey, Patty, better hurry. You'll be late to the office.
Yeah, holy smoke. Where's my hat? Where's my coat? Get the door open for me, son.
The door's open, Pop. Step on it.
Yeah, here you get out of the way. Here I come.
Goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye.
Alexander, why did you play that trick on your father?
Well, I broke up the argument, didn't I?
Oh. Hey, there's something wrong. Hey, it's pitch dark outside.
That's my little husband.
Well, fellas, that does it. Drop by again here next week for a visit with the Bumsteads. And now, Gay, take us right out to the 30-minute marker, will you? This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Like sugar from the maple, like honey from the bee, the stuff we got is pure and mellow, and it's here on Jubilee. Men, we're going to be saturated with some solid solos by a variety of boot virtuosos. Jimmy Lunsford and his mighty band are going to treat us to some crashing cadenzas. Our own lovely Lena Horne is going to passionate us with some passionate passages. And the Golden Gate Quartet will set us humming and whistling. And last but first in his field, Art Tatum will manipulate the 88s. And now it's with great pleasure that I present our master of ceremonies, our chief cook and groovy gravy slinger, Ernie Bubbles Whitman.
Thank you, Vern Smith, and thank you, folks. This is Ernie Whitman, your groovy gravy slinger, all ready to ladle out plenty of hot and sweet. I'll raise the lid off this first kettle, and look who's inside. It's Jimmy Lunsford and his lad. I'd like to tell you a little fairy tale. Once upon a time, a little canary bird went to a store and bought a big sack of bird seed. He was really hungry, and the sack was so big he couldn't fly. He had to drag it along after him. He looked at this happy sack and said, "Brother, when I get you home, will I eat?" Just then he saw a big cat coming toward him. He looked at the cat, then he looked at the bird seed. "Seed," he said, "I've dragged you a long way and I want you, but I'm leaving you right here. Because with cats in the neighborhood, I've got to straighten up and fly right, and right now. Anyhow, here's the Golden Gate Quartet to sing what I mean."
Now the buzzard took the monkey for a ride up in the air. Now Brown Monkey, thinking that everything was strictly on the square, but when the buzzard tried to throw the monkey off his back, well, the monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now you listen here, Jack. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue. What's the use of jiving? Ain't no use in diving. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue."
Now the buzzard told the monkey, "You're choking me. Release your hold, I'll set you free." But the monkey looked the buzzard right dead in the eye.
Says your story so touching, but it sounds like a lie.
Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue. Be-do-do-do-do-do. Be-do-do-do-do. Be-do-do-do-do. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue. Be-do-do-do-do. 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 Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue. Now the buzzard told the monkey, "You're choking me. Release your hold and I'll set you free." The monkey looked the buzzard right dead in the eye. Story so touching, but it sounds like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your tongue.
Thank you, Golden Gate. And stick around, because we want to hear some more from your foursome. Now, gang, is Professor Tatum with the art handle. Art, what are you going to soothe our sound catchers with?
Smoke gets in your eyes.
Good, 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 boy, good. Thank you, Art Taylor, and thank you, Lena Horne, for holding my hand during that number. Fellas, we're going to hear from Lena in just a second. But while she's pulling herself together, here's Jimmy Lunsford, complete with orchestra, to beat out Keep Smiling, Keep Laughing, with a vocal by one of your favorite crooning cats, Joe Thomas.
Keep smiling, keep laughing, and I'm so happy with you. Let's keep smiling, let's keep laughing, be happy, ho 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 ha. Let's keep smiling, let's keep laughing, ha ha. Keep punching, ho 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 ha ha. Keep smiling and keep laughing, ha ha. Keep punching and everything will be alright. Let's keep smiling, keep laughing, ha ha. Keep punching, ha 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 ha.
Well, men, here's our dream girl, Lena Horne. Fellas, Lena has a little problem. She's going to breathe some blues your way, so listen.
I don't want you, but I hate to lose you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I should hate you, but I guess I love you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I ought to cross you off my list, but when you come a-knocking on my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist, and I come running back for more. I don't want you, but I got to have you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I don't want you, baby. got to have you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I ought to cross you off my list, but when you're knocking on my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist, and Lord, I'm running back for more. I don't want you, but I hate to lose you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Now, Jimmy Lunsford, come over here and get a load of the mail department. The following cats want to be catapulted by some Lunsford lullabies. Corporal Chester Gray at APO 980, Staff Sergeant William Grayson, APO 562, and Seaman First Class Robert Harmon, Navy 318.
Okay then, fellows. If Kirtland Bradford and his alto sax and that fine old tune, Alone Together.
Thank you, Kirkland Bradford, and thank you, Jimmy Lunsford. Say, while I was talking just then, I heard a small voice that seemed to come from a long distance. Maybe it was from one of you fellas overseas. Anyway, it kept saying, "Let's hear Lena again. Let's hear Lena again." What's in the mess kit for the chow hounds, Lena?
I'll walk alone. Because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I'll walk alone. And if they ask me, I'll say that I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be near you. Wherever you are, you're in my every prayer. If you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone. Your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. Be near you, wherever you are. You're in my every prayer. If you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone. Your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. For you I'll walk alone.
Gosh, Lena, you made me know it. And here's another encore for you fellas that like your rhythms elemental. The Golden Gate Quartet with Didn't It Rain?
Well, didn't it rain, children? God's going to send the water from Zion, and He's going to raise His heaven up higher. It's going to rain, well, it's going to rain, well, it's going to rain, children. God's going to send the water from Zion, and He's going to raise His heaven up higher. It's going to rain, well, it's going to rain.
Great God, now my God got angry on the throne. The angels in the heaven, they began to moan. He said, go down, angels, and stir up a flood. Knock out the sun and turn the moon into blood. Then come back, angels, and bar the door. I declare that the time will be no more. Well, they tell me, great God, when it started to rain, the women and the children, they began to scream. Well, they knocked on the windows and battered at the doors, crying, Brother Noah, won't you take on more? Noah said, I'm sorry, my friends, God's got the key and you can't come in.
Well, Noah wasn't worried for the children coming in, but He wanted to hear the angel moan, didn't it? Rain, children, God's going to send the water from Zion, and He's going to raise His heaven up higher. It's going to rain, well, it's going to rain.
Great God, now it rained 40 days and 40 nights without stopping. Noah was worried, but the rain kept a dropping. He sent out a raven, then he sent out a dove, but the water, good God, kept a coming from above. To tell me, little children, the birds did seek. They couldn't find land to rest their feet.
Well, Noah wasn't worried for the resting of the feet, but he couldn't hear the angel moan, didn't it? Rain, children, God's going to send the water from Zion, and He's going to raise His heaven up higher. It's going to rain, well, it's going to rain.
Great God, down the wind did blow, the ark did rock. Noah couldn't find nowhere to dock. My God spoke, then whispered low, showed Brother Noah where He wanted him to go. Said, look here, Noah, the rain done stop. I want you to land on the mountain top. He showed Brother Noah a rainbow sign, said, won't be water, but fire next time.
Well, Noah wasn't worried about the fire next time, but he wanted to hear the angel moan, didn't it? Rain, children, God's going to send the water from Zion, and He's going to raise His heaven up higher. It's going to rain, well, it's going to rain.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Golden Gate, you're the best quartet around, up to and including the one from Rigoletto. Now, men, if any of you have your boots off, get 'em on. And if you haven't got 'em laced, get 'em laced and get ready to jump with Jimmy as he mercifully mangles for dancers only. Well, gang, that's about it for now. We'll be back right on the button. Meanwhile, this is Ernie Whitman saying from the bottom of my big fat heart, so long and good luck.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mail call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, servicemen of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear, in answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here to act as your mistress of ceremonies is a girl who is a top favorite of GIs all over the globe, Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell. Hiya, fellas. Well, I won't waste much time with chatter. Just get right down to the business of our show. Here's a threesome you all like, the King Cole Trio. And they start the joint jumping with the man on the little white keys.
Here we are together, and we're in the mood to swing. First, I'd like to tell you about the rhythm that we bring. Now on my right flank is a guy who plays a mad guitar, and when he takes a solo flight, he shoots up to a star. Now on my left flank is a boy who plays a mighty bass, and when he takes a solo jack, his rhythm rocks the place.
Now hold it just a second, bud. Don't pip another vop. And let us tell the people who we think is really tops. Now in this corner sits a guy who plays a garba keys. Just hold on, relax yourself, and listen if you please. You knock me out, your praise of me is high. Now come on, let's combine this jive and let the rhythm fly. Rhythm is our specialty, we always try to please. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Hear this rockin' rhapsody, your head can't say ABCs. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. If you're out for mellow evening, we will be around. I want some robbing, knock that stopping, bust your conch and lay it down. Dig this solitude, grooving, swinging it out with ease. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. jolly creeping, leaping with the breeze. A bass, a guitar, and the man on the little white key.
Grand King Cole Trio, that was really groovy. Second out of the mailbag comes that character, Borominovich and his Rascals, who harmonicized Brazil. Rascals, take it away. Thank you, Borominovich. You fellas really make music. Now, fellas, here's a swell gal who has one of the world's greatest personalities. From head to foot, Dorothy Lamour. And Miss Dorothy's going to tell us about personality in song.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Brown used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains. While his story explains, when Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the madam has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's looks. What was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Hero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. A girl can learn to spell and take dictation well and never sit on the boss's settee unless she's got a perfect personality. A girl can get somewhere in spite of stringy hair, or even just a bit bowed at the knee. If she can show a faultless personality. And why are certain girls offered carriages and sable coats and marriages by men who wear their spats right? That's right. So don't you say I'm smart and have the kindest heart. Oh, what a wonderful sister I'd be. Just tell me how you like my personality. Personality.
Oh, that was great, Dorothy. Thank you. Now to mail call comes a gentleman who plays keys that a lot of people didn't even know were on the piano, Art Tatum. And with Art is a solid favorite of yours, Les Paul, with his super-educated guitar. They play Somebody Loves Me. Art Tatum and Les Paul. that was wonderful. An encore now, please. Thank you so much, Art Tatum. You know, this afternoon I was at one of the moving picture studios to see producer Mark Hellinger, who wanted to talk to me about a new part. Well, first Danny Kaye arrived in the reception room, and then, as we got to talking, another fellow...
Well, if it isn't Dinah Shore and my pal Danny Kaye. How are you, kids?
Well, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
And Mabel. Hello, Mabel.
Hello, lover boy.
Why, Mabel Gumshiner, how you talk. Think of that. Well, you better announce me. You know, kids, Mark is going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, me.
Gee, that's great.
You can all go into Mr. Hellinger's office now. He wants to see you all together.
Oh, are Dinah and Danny going to be in the picture, too?
I guess so.
Think of that. 2 great singers and a great comedian in one picture. Gee, how can it miss? Come on, kids. Well, Mark, here we are.
Oh, come in, come in. Please sit down, everybody.
You know, Mark, ever since you called me and told me about The Life of Jack Benny, I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
But I just told you about it this morning.
I know, but I usually take 4 or 5 naps during the day. I'm a regular cat.
I see. Anyhow, for some time I plan to make this picture about your life, Jack.
Yes, yes.
It's a good idea for a picture, but I just couldn't find the right person to play the lead.
You couldn't, eh?
No. But after seeing Danny in his new picture, I've decided he's just the fellow to play Jack Benny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with me?
You're not the type.
I'm sorry about this, Jack.
Well, what do you think I am? Now, listen, Mr. Hellinger...
Jack, will you please go over in the corner and take a nap? You'll be in the picture.
I will?
Yes, Danny will be Jack Benny, and Jack, you will play the part of your father.
But, Mark, look, I should play Jack Benny. After all, I've done so many things that nobody knows about but me.
Well, you can tell them to me, and I'll put them in the script.
Are you kidding?
Jack, you'll be the father. And I think Dinah will be excellent for the part of Jack's girlhood sweetheart.
So do I.
You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
New sensation. Don't bother me, you traitor.
So Dinah will be Jack's sweetheart, the girl he loved in Waukegan.
What's my name, Mr. Hellinger?
Millicent Fairchild.
Millicent Fairchild, what are you talking about? The name of my girlfriend in Waukegan was Gussie Bagelquist. Bagelquist, not Fairchild.
We can't use Gussie Bagelquist. The name doesn't sound romantic.
Well, she was a darn pretty girl. Just so happens that I got a snapshot of her right here in my pocket. Here, take a look at that.
Say, she is pretty.
I told you.
But what's that thing she's holding in her right arm?
That's a horse's hind leg. Gussie was a blacksmith.
A blacksmith? What's that?
For your information, city boy, a blacksmith puts shoes on horses. And if you ask me if they're open-toed, I'll smack you right in the jaw.
Well, I don't see why you're mad at me, Jack. This isn't my idea.
Oh, yeah? To think, Mr. K, that I loaned you the money to come out to Hollywood.
I know.
Sure, you know.
But 22%. I could have done better at a bank.
What do you think the Benny Trust Company is, a chili bowl?
Jack,
Kid?
please. Banking hours are over. Now, I have some rough scenes laid out here, and I want to get your opinion on them.
Okay. Rough scenes.
I figure the picture should open in the little farmhouse where you were born.
I wasn't born on a farm. I was born right in town on Genesee Street.
Well, we'll have to make it a farm. I've already hired several cows and pigs and chickens.
But, Mark...
No buts. The farm is a much better locale.
Say, Mr. Hellinger, I hate to complain about this, but I'm afraid of cows and pigs and chickens. Gosh, I've never even seen one in person.
You don't see animals in person, saphead.
Oh, that's bad, Danny. That's bad. Well, I guess the farm idea is out.
I'm not afraid of animals.
We'll start the story in town. And, little Jackie Benny is in the parlor practicing his singing lesson.
Singing lesson? I study the violin.
But Danny can't play the violin.
So what? The life of Jack Benny without a violin is like corned beef and cabbage without corned beef.
Well, there's a war going on.
What's that got to do with it? The life of Jack Benny without a violin.
That's right.
The silliest thing I ever heard of. Well, I give up.
Now, Danny, in the picture, you're supposed to be a musical prodigy. You're familiar with all the great symphonies, even though you're a child.
Oh, that's fine, Mark, because, I love all the Russian composers.
Bet you never even heard of more than 3 Russian composers.
Oh, yes, I have, Jack.
All right, name 4 Russian composers.
4? I can name 56 of them. There's Malachevsky, Rubinstein, Arensky, and Tchaikovsky, Sapelnikov, Dmitriev, Cherepnin, Kryzhanovsky, Godovsky, Atabuchev, Monayusko, Akimenko, Soloviev, Prokofiev, Tiomkin, Gorischenko. There's Glinkler, Winkler, Bortniansky, Rebekov, Felinsky. There's Metner, Balakirov, Zorotorov, and Koschinski, and Sokolov, and Kopolov, Dukelsky, and Klanovsky, and Shostakovich, Bora, Dinglier, and Novakovsky. There's Lyudov, and Karganov, Markevich, Panchenko, and Dargomisky, Cherbachev, Skriabin, Vasilenko, Stravinsky, Rimsky, Kosakov, Mussorgsky, and Grachaninov, and Glazunov, and Seitzev, Kalinikov, Rachmaninoff, Stravinsky, and Grachaninov, Rumshinsky, and Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought upon enough. Stravinsky, Grachaninov, Rumshinsky, Rachmaninoff. I really ought to stop. The subject has been brought upon enough.
Gee, where'd you get all those names? It's more composers than even I know. And I'm really an authority on
Jack, please. I'm trying to explain the script to Danny.
I'm sorry. Imagine 56 composers.
Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for...
56
In this scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for...
30 composers.
In the same scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for money to buy roller skates. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay, why? I'll never know.
Oh, stop mumbling. Go ahead, Danny.
Dadichka. Dadichka, could I please have $4 to buy rolling skates?
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Waukegan is in Illinois. I was born in a log cabin like Lincoln. Jeepers.
Oh, Danny, try it again. Remember, you're a little country boy.
Okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul, could I have $4 to buy a pair of roller skates? Oh, boy. Paul.
What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron? Heavens to Betsy.
Try as a city boy, Danny, a city boy.
Yeah, anything but that.
All right, a city boy. Hey, Jake! Hey, Bub, can I put the bite on you for 4 francs against to buy a pair of roller skates? Everybody in Brooklyn
Now
is
cut
wearing
that out! Listen, Mark, this guy's trying to ruin my life.
Now, Jack.
All I was trying to
No
do...
explanation. I'm getting out of here. You can keep your picture, Mr. Hellinger. Let Mr. K play both me and my father. So long.
Diana, how about one of your grand songs at this point in the show?
I'd love to, Harry. With my high starched collar and my high-top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to go, then I started to know how it feels when the universe reels.
Chug, chug went the motor. Pop, pop went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When she smiled, I could feel the car shake. I tipped my hat, I took a seat. I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon her feet.
He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheels.
Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine
to the end of the line.
That's it, fellas. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Dinah Shore, Danny Kaye, Jack Benny, Mark Hellinger, Art Tatum, Les Paul, Dorothy Lamour, Bora Minovich, the King Cole Trio, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.